The next section focuses on Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution as 222. 223. Biography of L.D. Trotsky. Leon Trotsky was born in 1879 at Yanovka in the Ukraine, the son of relatively wealthy Jewish farmers. He joined the revolutionary movement in the late 1890s, was quickly arrested and sent into internal exile from which he escaped, and collaborated with Lenin as an émigré in 1902. He broke with Lenin in 1903 and became one of Bolshevism's severest critics. Until 1917, when he joined the Bolshevik Party, he worked for a reconciliation between the two wings of Russian social democracy. During the 1905 revolution he was elected leader of the St. Petersburg Soviet, a position he regained in 1917. Trotsky, rather than Lenin, was the chief organizer of the actual seizure of power in October. In the Bolshevik government he was initially Commissar of Foreign Affairs but became Commissar of War in 1918, a post he retained until 1925. Under his direction of military affairs the Red Army was created and the Civil War won. From the end of 1923 he led the left opposition against the ruling factions in the party. Expelled from the party in 1927, sent into internal exile in 1928 and finally expelled from the Soviet Union in the following year, he continued to be the chief Marxist critic of Stalinism in the 1930s. He founded the Fourth International in 1938 and was assassinated in Mexico on Stalin's orders in August 1940. It was first developed in relation to Russia. This is followed in Section 3 by an examination of the economic analysis which he provided to underpin it. Section 4 considers Trotsky's revisionism, and Section vindicates how he subsequently brought to the fore elements which not only harmonized with classical Marxism, but also provided a foundation for unity with Lenin in 1917 and after the revolution facilitated the integration of Bolshevik ideas into his own analysis. Section 6 summarizes the strengths of Trotsky's Marxism, and its weaknesses form the subject of the conclusion. 2. The politics of permanent revolution in Russia. Trotsky's results and prospects represents the most radical statement of revolutionary socialism hitherto to be found in Russian Marxism. Written in prison during the defeat of the 1905-7 revolution, the book argued that a 224 further mass uprising would succeed only if it took the form of a socialist revolution. There could be no victorious democratic revolution unless it became telescoped into the dictatorship of the proletariat. Trotsky claimed that both the Menshevik and Bolshevik versions of two-stage revolution reflected incorrect specifications of the class dynamics which would be unleashed by any reactivation of radical forces. Proletarian hegemony must be permanent and not, as orthodoxy maintained, limited to the defeat of Tsarism. Backward Russia would not, and could not, experience a period as a bourgeois republic. 5. Trotsky did not deny that the problems facing Russia were those of democratic revolution. He had an acute awareness of Russian backwardness and nowhere maintained that the material preconditions for the consummation of socialist revolution were present in Russia itself. Eradicating agrarian medievalism, overthrowing Tsarist despotism, and instituting measures to regulate exploitation were both the motive forces of revolution and central historical tasks. However, their achievement was dependent upon establishing a revolutionary workers' government. The bourgeoisie was incapable of leading a democratic revolution, or of cooperating with proletarian hegemony. Its resistance would force the proletariat to take power and use it to implement collectivist economic measures. 6. Successful democratic revolution would therefore grow over into the socialist revolution as an uninterrupted or permanent process. Russia would not achieve socialism via democracy, instead democratic tasks could be realized only through socialist revolution. Thus Trotsky reversed the sequence of both Plekhanov's and Lenin's Marxism. The peasantry could only choose to follow the proletariat or to support reaction, Trotsky argued. It was incapable of taking an independent position. 7. The very backwardness of Russian agriculture, however, ultimately favored peasant acceptance of proletarian hegemony. The agrarian problem, necessarily left unresolved by Tsarism and capable of radical solution only by a proletarian regime, would secure peasant support against the landlords and the state. 8. The agrarian basis of the dictatorship of the proletariat was the absence of extensive capitalist relations, and did not depend upon their maturation, as both the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks believed. Thus it was possible for the working class of backward Russia to attain power before the proletariat of the advanced industrial countries. 9. Nevertheless, in Trotsky's view, it could not retain that power in conditions of isolation. Ultimately there must come a conflict with the peasantry, whose support for the dictatorship of the proletariat was necessarily limited to the completion of the agrarian revolution. The collectivist measures required to maintain proletarian dominance would ensure a parting of the ways, 10. So that attempts by the working class to secure its power would simultaneously undercut the non-proletarian basis of its rule. In this sense, while 225. The agrarian problem is the greatest aid to the socialist revolution in Russia, it is also its major challenge. Permanent revolution is in consequence locked into a contradiction, which can be transcended only if the revolution extends beyond national boundaries and becomes uninterrupted or permanent in the international sphere. 12. But again the Russian proletariat's alternatives are limited. Just as it entered the revolution within Russia as a protagonist of democratic aims but was propelled beyond them, so too the national revolution would be forced to ferment revolution beyond its borders because the European powers would seek to roll back revolution in Russia. In defense of its national conquests, the Russian proletariat would have to extend the class struggle to the West, and its revolution would grow over into a call for world revolution. 13. Here Trotsky attempted to reconcile his analysis with orthodox Marxism. The material preconditions for socialism existed in the advanced industrial countries, and the fate of the Russian Revolution would pose the issue of the need for proletarian power in unmistakable terms. Orthodoxy was right about the end of the historical process, Trotsky argued, but wrong about the way in which it would be realized. Revolution would move from the east to the west, not vice versa. Successful revolution in the West, by ending military threats to the Russian Revolution, would then allow Western resources to be used in the building of socialism in Russia. 14. This, in a nutshell, is the politics of permanent revolution. However, Trotsky did not limit his analysis to this level, nor could he have done so. As he envisaged it, permanent revolution was a necessary process whatever the programs of the revolutionary parties. The logic of historical events would either bypass or engulf them. The task of bringing the Russian Revolution to a successful conclusion would of course be aided by Russian Marxists' appreciation of its true nature. But the process itself was beyond their control since it was rooted in material conditions. As much as Koskay or Plekhanov, Trotsky's Marxism was deterministic to its core. 15. We therefore turn to Trotsky's political economy, which provides the theoretical foundation for his idiosyncratic political perspective. 3. Uneven and combined development in Russia. Important aspects of Trotsky's overall viewpoint on Russian history are clearly within the orthodox Marxist tradition. In designating traditional Russia as semi-Asiatic, 16 he follows Marx, Engels, and Plekhanov, while by no means sharply distinguishing himself from Lenin. Similarly, in outlining the forces propelling modernization in Russia, Trotsky's treatment is not unique, as he stresses the military impact of the West. True, climatic factors play a more pronounced explanatory role, he explicitly recognizes the 226 emergence of feudal relations, and he sees the impact of the West as accelerating and modifying development, rather than being wholly responsible for it. 17 But none of these differences is especially significant. Instead, it is Trotsky's specific focus within a generally accepted historical process which principally accounts for his distinctive political conclusions. He considers the nature of contemporary Russian industry and the institutions which brought it into being, together with their effects upon the social structure of the cities, to be of paramount importance. 18 Rural economic conditions receive little attention, and agrarian capitalism is regarded as being hardly in evidence even on the eve of the 1905 revolution. 19. This makes Trotsky's analysis of the development of Russian industry far closer to that of Baranovsky than to Lenin. He shares with Lenin, however, a concern with the revolutionary potential generated by the form of capitalist development. As with Lenin, and unlike Baranovsky, Trotsky's economic analysis is subordinated to the solution of political problems. For Trotsky, geographical conditions held to account for Russia's Asiatic characteristics meant that the traditional Russian city was a predominantly administrative and military center. Urban commercial activities were sparse and manufacturing was even less concentrated, being spread through the countryside as an adjunct to agriculture. Hence Russian cities were quite different from those of late medieval or early modern Europe. Nor did the development of Russian capitalism tend to bring about a convergence. Rather, in conjunction with the earlier differences, it made 20th-century Russian cities overwhelmingly proletarian, and certainly much more so than those of Europe, where bourgeois and petty bourgeois strata remained important. The plebeian character of Russian cities reflected the late start of Tsarist industrialization, the extensive use of foreign capital, and the state's magnified role in the process. This minimized the development of an indigenous bourgeoisie. The ownership of capital was in large part held either by the state or by foreigners. While this elevated the bourgeois character of Western cities, it shrank that of Russia. At the same time, industrialization failed significantly to increase the size of the urban petite bourgeoisie. Factory production tended to be large-scale and bypassed the earlier stages of industrial development still much in evidence in Europe. In turn, this meant that not only was a sizable proletariat created, but it was one that had distinctly modern attributes. Trotsky recognized that the urban population was a small minority, but he argued that its size did not reflect its economic and political weight. It produced a disproportionately large percentage of national income, and the nerves of the state structure ran through the cities. 20. Trotsky also maintained that all modern revolutions had been, and necessarily were, urban-led. 21. Like Marx, and much more clearly than Lenin, Trotsky consistently viewed the peasantry's relations of production and lifestyle as denying it. 227. An independent political role. 22. It followed that any revolution in Russia would be a revolution of the proletariat, which despite its minority status had the power to paralyze the existing state machine and replace it with one of its own design. In itself this conclusion resembled that of other Russian Marxists. After all, proletarian hegemony had been a principle enunciated by Plekhanov in the 1880s, and it was constantly stressed by Lenin. Where Trotsky broke new ground was in his emphasis upon the unique power of the proletariat and the importance of the issues it would have to resolve in the revolutionary process itself, and his devaluation of constraints posed by the bourgeoisie, the peasantry, and the overall level of economic development. All these issues were tied to his view of the peculiarities in Russian industrialization. We have already considered the peasantry, and Trotsky's argument as to why a proletarian revolution could tap popular discontent in the countryside. So far as the Russian bourgeoisie was concerned, it not only represented a small fraction of the urban population, but its interests tied it to the established order. The bourgeoisie was economically integrated with both the landlords and the state, and needed an authoritarian government as protector in conflict with the working class. 23. Consequently it would resist those democratic demands most favored by the proletariat and peasantry. 24. This would prevent the bourgeoisie from leading the revolution, and would force the proletariat to extend the revolution beyond bourgeois limits. In other words, the conservatism of the capitalist class acted not as a restraining influence, but as a catalyst for socialist revolution. Trotsky never denied that the material conditions in Russia were insufficiently mature to allow the consummation of such a revolution. But he did argue that this did not undermine the ability to begin it. What was critical in this regard was not an overall index of economic development in Russia, but the constellation of class forces generated by that development which his analysis had uncovered. 25. Moreover, he believed that an internet Ional extension of the revolution was extremely probable. Linked as it was to foreign capital, the fate of Russian industry was of European concern. A proletarian expropriation, forced by bourgeois opposition to revolution, would ensure intervention by Western states and so dramatically raise the issue of working class power on a continental scale. The proletariat of Western Europe would then come to the aid of the Russian workers. Although Trotsky never specified precisely how the resources of other countries were linked to socialism in Russia, their association allowed him to maintain his claim to a bond with Marxian orthodoxy. It could be claimed that the class struggle in Russia would not ultimately be out of accord with those productive forces generally assumed to be a prerequisite for socialist development. Running through all these arguments is Trotsky's master concept, the 228 notion of uneven and combined development. For him, Russian modernization was an unbalanced process. Some sectors not only leaped ahead of others, they did so by absorbing the most advanced attributes, measured on a world scale. At the same time, they were combined in a single social formation whose other sectors moved to different historical rhythms. This was not accidental, there were aspects of functional integration. Thus the intensified exploitation of backward agriculture retarded its own development but facilitated the creation of a modern capitalist industrial enclave. And the exacerbation of the traditional agrarian problems aligned the peasantry behind the proletariat in revolution. Proletarian leadership, in turn, would ensure the success of a traditional peasant revolt. Similarity of conditions is not always necessary for solidarity between classes. Class alliances may result from interdependence in conditions of disparity. 26 Although Plekhanov and Lenin are complex theorists, and aspects of these ideas can be detected in their writings, on the whole their perspectives were markedly different. Lenin, for example, sought to show both the broadness and underdeveloped nature of Russian capitalism. Trotsky instead emphasized its concentrated and advanced form in a context of pre-capitalist agriculture. While, for Lenin, the alliance of the proletariat and peasantry was based on a shared condition of backwardness, Trotsky considered the very opposite to be true. One consequence of this is that the very idea of backwardness itself becomes suspect. Although Trotsky himself frequently used the term to describe Russia, and the revolution he envisaged has been regarded as a revolution of backwardness, 27 The logic of his analysis indicates that these definitions are inappropriate. 28. The core of his argument is that a belatedly modernizing Russia develops economic structures which are simultaneously the most modern and the most retarded in Europe. And it is this unbalanced form which provides the clue to its history and future. For Trotsky, that future was permanent revolution. He did, however, recognize implicitly that uneven and combined development has qualities which work against it. In particular, the modernization off-state machine in Russia makes it far stronger than traditional absolutism. As a central agency of change, it subordinates the propertied classes to an extreme degree, and borrows knowledge and technology, permitting it to perfect its means of domination. 29 In this sense, revolution in Russia was a contest between a modernizing state and a modern proletariat. Although Trotsky never states the issue in these terms, they follow from his analysis and should have qualified his faith in permanent revolution as the only future possible for Russia. This indeterminacy was in fact destined to play a much larger role in his later thought, which we consider in section 7. Prior to 1917, however, Trotsky shared the determinism of Second International Marxism, even if his loyalty to its other features was problematic. 229. For Trotsky's Marxism and the Marxian heritage. In outlining a special path of socialist development for Russia based upon the logic of uneven development, Trotsky's Marxism obviously suggests the influence of populism. But although Trotsky recognized that this doctrine was not without its insights. 30. There is no evidence that it was a significant factor in leading him to his own conclusions. Like many other Russian Marxists, he passed through a phase of sympathy for populist ideas, and as was also typical, once having embraced Marxism he never returned to them. Indeed, his views on the peasantry's revolutionary capabilities make his own theory distinctly anti-populist. So, in accounting for the specific characteristics of Trotsky's Marxism, we must look for other influences. The principal ones were twofold: the ideas of Alexander Helphand and the events of 1905 which, Trotsky believed, confirmed those ideas, and pointed beyond them. Parvus was a Russian Jew who spent most of his adult life in Germany, became a member of the SPD and displayed a variety of maverick tendencies until his death in 1924. 31 He sketched many of the themes that were to be incorporated into Trotsky's Marxism. 32 And there is no doubt that he deeply affected Trotsky's thinking. 33 The magnitude of the debt is, nonetheless, unclear. Between 1904 and 1906 Parvus and Trotsky were close associates and discussed all the issues of the Russian Revolution at length. Given the quality of Trotsky's intellect, it is doubtful that the influence was unidirectional. Furthermore, it was Trotsky who developed the insights into an integrated system. And in doing so he went beyond Parvus, who had drawn back from believing that a workers' government in Russia could constitute the first stage of socialist revolution, rather than just a means for achieving a radical solution of the democratic tasks. There were also elements in Parvus's position which Trotsky did not immediately take up, especially the idea that capitalist economic development had made the nation-state obsolete, and that this would result in an era of imperialist wars. He did so subsequently, as we will see in the next section, and this brought his Marxism closer to the mainstream. Even then, though, Trotsky was continually criticized for departing radically from orthodoxy. Undoubtedly there were also a host of other influences at work upon Trotsky. Commitment to a notion of revolution in permanentia as relevant to Russian circumstances had first been made by David Ryazanov in 1903, 34 primarily on the grounds that the revolutionary socialist movement was exceptionally well developed in Russia and that a Russian revolution would be joined by a European socialist revolution. Ryazanov also supported the pertinence of the idea of permanent revolution by analyzing the development of Marx's own tactics between 1848 and 1850. How far Trotsky was actually influenced by Ryazanov is not 230 known, but less precisely formulated views as to the radical nature of a Russian revolution and the need for proletarian hegemony were elements of the milieu Trotsky inhabited in the early years of the 20th century. So too was the absence of a satisfactory account in orthodox Marxism of how proletarian dominance in a bourgeois revolutionary process itself would be limited. When revolution broke out in 1905, the rising curve of proletarian radicalism indicated to Trotsky that the actual restraints could be overcome. 35 The underlying idea of uneven and combined development also was not brought into Russian Marxism by Trotsky, either alone or in cooperation with Parvus. There were fleeting anticipations of this concept in the early works of Plekhanov and Lenin. More importantly, Ryazanov had perceived that Tsarism was not simply a remnant of the old society, it had, he claimed, adapted to the needs of capitalism. He also recognized that agrarian conditions could support proletarian revolution in Russia. 36 Kosky too had pointed to the social and political consequences of foreign investment in Russia, and coupled with it the view that a Russian revolution was bound to show historically unique features. 37 There was above all the work of Tikhon Baranovsky, which focused upon exactly those aspects of Tsarist industrialization which provided much of Trotsky's materialist base. However, while Kosky was quoted extensively in Results and Prospects, Trotsky never once indicated any intellectual debt to Tikhon Baranovsky. This is not surprising given the legal Marxists' departure from the ranks of social democracy, but it is inconceivable that Trotsky had not read The Russian Factory, or, given its quality, been impressed by it. Nonetheless, Trotsky's ideas were seen by his contemporaries as an extreme break with orthodoxy, and there can be little doubt that this was a correct assessment at the time of their first formulation. But before we consider Trotsky's own defense against his critics, it is useful to note two characteristics of Marx's work to which he could have appealed for support. They do not undermine the charge that Trotsky significantly deviated from orthodox Marxism, but they do allow the claim that this was in the nature of a generalization. On this basis it can be argued that, although Trotsky was a radical innovator, he was highlighting a deeper structure in Marx's own thought. As outlined in the Critique of Political Economy, 38, historical materialism implicitly involves a notion of uneven and combined development. Epochs of transition are those in which two modes of production are combined in a single social formation. Their uneven development, whereby the progressive mode forges ahead and the other stagnates, ultimately brings a crisis that can be solved only through social revolution. In the Grundriss, Marx maintained that this facilitated the formation of a new organic unity based on a single mode of production. 39 But elsewhere he recognized uneven and 231. Combined development to be a more pervasive phenomenon. For example, he saw Western feudalism as arising from an interpenetration of the slave mode of antiquity and the social organization of the Germanic barbarians who overran the Roman Empire. Marx also noted that in the case of 19th century England this classical model of capitalist development did not require that the aristocracy lost its predominant political position. At the other extreme, he described the French peasantry as representing barbarism in the midst of civilization. This was symptomatic of his contempt for the backwardness of all rural life, which reflected the delay in capitalist penetration of the countryside. 40. These examples could easily be multiplied, and they are in tension with Marx's more general expositions of historical materialism, where the notion of uneven and combined development is implicit and limited. Trotsky's Marxism can thus be interpreted as the first conscious attempt to provide a more general framework, in which the complexity of uneven and combined development as recognized by Marx is made consistent with the central ideas of historical materialism. Trotsky never explicitly claimed this himself, but it would not have been unreasonable for him to have done so, especially after he had extended his analysis to the level of the world economy and non-Russian peripheral capitalisms. As it was, Trotsky's defense against more orthodox critics involved arguments of a different sort. He claimed that Marxism represented a science of social relations, not the exegesis of texts, so that his ideas should be evaluated on the basis of whether they accurately located the class dynamics of the Russian Revolution. 41 To that end Trotsky clarified certain elements of these ideas. He denied asserting that Russia could leap straight from absolutism to socialism, or that permanent revolution implied skipping over the democratic revolution. The concept of permanent revolution did not reflect a confusion as to the necessary stages in the revolutionary process. 42 It was not that the theory mixed up the different types of development, as the critics alleged, rather it was the Russian historical process itself that had done so. Socio-economic progress was less rational than orthodoxy portrayed it, and this created genuine problems for revolutionaries which could not be avoided. 44 However, Trotsky did claim that permanent revolution had a clear Marxian lineage, as the idea had originated with Marx himself during the 1848 revolution. 45 Nor was it adventurist, although premature in the middle of the 19th century, it was possible to see, by examining the structure of revolutions in 1789, 1848 and 1905, that telescoping the bourgeois revolution into the socialist was an imminent property of the epoch. 46 This had been partially recognized by Lassalle, Kosky, Luxemburg and even Plekhanov. Why Trotsky coupled this with a devastating critique of Menshevik theory and an only slightly less unfavorable evaluation of the Bolshevik. 232. Position. Menshevism based itself on formal historical analogies that were made irrelevant by the specific nature of Russian development. Bourgeois democracy was unrealizable because no independent revolutionary middle class existed. Commitment to Menshevism therefore implied the taking of an objectively counter-revolutionary stance. So too with Bolshevism, but with the difference that its conservatism would be manifest only after a successful revolution. Once committed to the proletariat, the peasants cannot by themselves put a brake on its radicalism. And no revolution which recognizes the need for anti-bourgeois measures can subsequently passively make way for the rule of the bourgeoisie. 48 Between 1906 and 1917 Trotsky also strengthened his claim to have formulated a legitimate Marxism. His original statement in Results and Prospects had been from a Russian standpoint, and did not locate Russian modernization within the structure of international capitalism. Nor did it connect revolution in Russia with European revolution in any rigorous fashion, providing no reason to suppose that, when the Russian Revolution succeeded, European conditions would be favorable to its extension. Trotsky had argued that the material prerequisites for socialism did exist in the advanced countries, but as he had also noted in the case of Russia, it was the class struggle that was of paramount importance in determining the onset of revolution, and he had little to say on the progress of class conflict in the West. However, by 1917 Trotsky had done much to deflect the force of these points, and in doing so had moved closer both to orthodox Marxism, and to the ideas of Bukharin and Lenin. Further additions and refinements of his theory were made after 1917, and by the early 1930s Trotsky could claim to have forged a theory of world history relevant to the final stage of capitalist development. V. Imperialism and world economy. Trotsky interpreted the outbreak of the First World War as signaling the end of an epoch. The progressive role of capitalism was finished, and capitalist nation-states had become a fetter upon the further development of the productive forces. The result of this had been European imperialism, which, in turn, had brought about an integrated world economy. But, in completing the unification of the world under the domination of capital, Trotsky argued, the leading powers had been forced to turn on each other in a struggle for hegemony. 49 After 1914 the only choice was socialism or barbarism, 50 at the level of world history. This had been claimed earlier by Luxemburg and was the conclusion that both Bukharin and Lenin reached at much the same time as Trotsky. The era of purely national revolutions had passed. Capitalism was a global system in which all the 233 national units had become linked, and were dominated by the overall structure of which they were parts. For Trotsky this was as true for the advanced countries as it was for the backward. Fully to break free of these relations was a task that no isolated socialist revolution could accomplish. The only salvation of revolution in one country lay in its extension to other parts of the world economy, progressively weakening international capital. 51 It was in terms of their effect upon the system as a whole that revolutionaries should measure their actions, Trotsky now argued. To appeal to the level of economic development in any particular country was anachronistic. It was the productive forces of the globe and their constraint by the relations of national states which was now relevant. These forces would be employed increasingly as the means of warfare and threaten to destroy the progressive advances of the past. 52 Thus, while the Russian Revolution had always been of world historic significance for Trotsky, by 1917 it dovetailed with a more comprehensive vision, in which he could counter the strongest orthodox criticism of his ideas. Russia was economically ripe for socialism in the sense that the world economy was ripe, and there was no other relevant criterion because of the nature of capitalism as a global system. 53 Indeed, Trotsky's explicit incorporation of capitalism as a world economy into his analysis meant that all the basic propositions of historical materialism could now be affirmed. To the objection that they were not formulated with such an application in mind, the rejoinder could be made that Marx himself had not specified their exact reference point. Thus, theorists of the Second International including Koski, Hilferding, Plekhanov and Lenin tended to think that Marx's model of capitalism related to individual national capitalisms, but this could not be supported by reference to capital itself. There Marx had treated capital in general, not a particular national capitalism, nor a set of capitalisms separated into national units. Moreover, the Communist Manifesto had explicitly viewed capitalism as a global system. In addition, historical materialism was a theory of world history, not just of capitalism. How, then, could it be confined to a historically specific institution such as the nation-state? The privilege of backwardness, however, did still apply, Trotsky claimed. The imperialist war represented a general crisis of capitalism and thus inaugurated the era of general socialist transformation. Precisely where this began was not of fundamental importance. But permanent revolution in Russia was well placed to lead the way, for the disruptive effects of war would be felt more acutely in a structure riddled with uneven and combined development. Moreover, since Russia was a semi-colonial country as well as an imperialist power, proletarian revolution would seriously weaken the Western economies by cutting off an area of exploitation, and so intensify the international class struggle. 54 None of this contradicted Trotsky's earlier views, but rather provided a 234 more secure foundation for them. He had located Russian capitalism as part of an international system of imperialist relations, and his belief in the contagious effects of revolution was reinforced. The development of Trotsky's views also brought into account another consideration relevant to this latter issue. He realized that the advanced countries themselves displayed important elements of uneven and combined development. Only the USA was close to being a purely bourgeois society. Elsewhere in the West, there were still aspects of the democratic revolution which had never been realized. 55 Socialist revolution in Europe would, therefore, have to complete the democratic tasks and would not be altogether different from permanent revolution in Russia. In consequence, a Russian revolution could be expected to have a very powerful symbolic effect, even on the advanced countries. Trotsky, however, stressed the similarity of Russia to peripheral capitalist areas, before 1917 the Balkans, and in the 1920s colonial and semi-colonial territories generally. Thus he saw Russian economic development as typical of backward capitalisms, to all of which the model of permanent revolution could be applied. 56 This meant that nationalist, anti-imperialist movements were part of the struggle for socialism, for exactly the same reasons as in Russia, they could succeed only under proletarian leadership. And victory anywhere would extend working class power geographically, and strike a blow against international capitalism by reducing its arena of exploitation, thereby hastening the spread of revolution to the metropolitan imperialist countries themselves. 57. Not surprisingly, Trotsky came to view the 20th century as the age of permanent revolution. 58. 6. The strengths of Trotsky's Marxism. Trotsky's major intellectual achievement was undoubtedly his perception of the political developments generated by Tsarist industrialization. He came closer than any other Marxist to correctly predicting the sequence of events that would be set in motion by the overthrow of the autocracy. The history of 1917 was broadly in accordance with his forecast of a decade earlier. In addition, Trotsky had a more acute understanding than most radical Bolsheviks of the difficulties such a revolution would encounter and was therefore less prone to minimize problems when they arose in the 1920s, even if, in the last resort, he was no better equipped to engage them. For all his errors and reversals in the post-revolutionary years, he could rightly claim a theoretical depth and consistency which far exceeded that of Bukharin and Stalin. Broad support for Trotsky's political economy comes from the most theoretically inclined of all Western economic historians, Alexander Gers 235. Chen Kron 59. Whose detailed analysis of the industrial development of Tsarist Russia is organized like Trotsky's. Gershkonkron's description of the logic of industrialization under the autocracy is similar to that of Trotsky. And in locating the peculiarities of Russian development as part of a continental pattern, he complements Trotsky's analysis of the sequence of European revolutions between 1789 and 1905. Moreover, by stressing the overriding importance of uneven and combined development for understanding backwardness, Gershkonkron provides support for Trotsky's generalization of his theory to areas west of Russia. This generalization, of course, introduces a major qualification to Marx's own analysis. While capitalism represents a mode of production which universalizes itself, for Trotsky it is less powerful as an engine of transformation than Marx himself suggested. On this the empirical evidence clearly supports him. In Britain and France for Marx, the classic examples of capitalist revolution. Major elements of the ancien regimes persisted throughout the 19th century. This has become a major theme of modern European historiography. 60. Further support can be provided for Trotsky's generalization of uneven and combined development to the areas east of Russia. During the 19th century, the European bourgeoisie begot a global economy dominated by capital, but it did not create a world after its own image as the Communist Manifesto had claimed. 61. Instead, as Trotsky understood, it produced a complex hierarchical division of labor in which pre-capitalist economic forms were often adapted to the needs of capital, rather than eradicated by it. Trotsky's work can therefore be seen as one of the earliest examples of a major strand in Marxism since 1945. 62. His own more specific conception of the epoch is obviously of questionable validity. 1914 did not inaugurate a series of imperialist wars between the great powers. Sustained accumulation in areas of advanced capitalism was not finished as Trotsky believed, and the formal colonial empires have been dismantled. Capitalism has proved adaptable to a transnational form, and its resilience has been greater than Trotsky expected. Nevertheless, for the first half of the 20th century, Trotsky's perspective was consistent with the economic and political history of Western capitalism, which saw the longest and deepest series of crises experienced by the system. Nor is this easily dismissed as a product of purely contingent circumstances. There was a structural problem of the form envisaged by Trotsky. To function productively, capitalism requires an international organization akin to that provided by a nation-state over its own territory. For much of the 19th century, the rudiments of this were furnished by the predominance of British sea power. Since the mid-20th century, a more comprehensive American dominance has been evident. But between these two dates there was no economic basis by which international hegemony could be exercised through the medium of a national state, and no 236 substitute was provided. In consequence, there was an upsurge of European militarism, massive disruption of the international economy, and two world wars in which imperialist ambitions were prominent. 63. Furthermore, almost despite himself, Trotsky provided a basis during the 1920s for understanding why this intervening period proved transitory. He recognized that European war undermined the economic and military might of the principal belligerents relative to the USA, that the USA was by the 1920s already exercising its economic power in relation to Europe, and that its long-term interests lay in dismantling all colonial empires in favor of an open-door policy. 64. Trotsky failed to see that this posed a problem for his insistence that Western capitalism was locked into a crisis from which it had no exit. Instead, he held fast to the belief that repeated imperialist wars between advanced capitalisms were the only alternative to socialist revolution on a world scale. But compared with most other Marxists who shared the same overall vision, he indicated at isolated points a less deterministic view of the future. 7. The weaknesses of Trotsky's Marxism. This indeterminacy in Trotsky's thinking was also a potential source of weakness, when set against the standards of orthodox Marxism in the era of the Second International. The concepts of uneven and combined development, and permanent revolution, originated in the notion of historical peculiarities, and Trotsky never ceased to affirm their importance. 65. The claims of Marxism to scientific status necessarily became attenuated. Thus, the central difficulty of Trotsky's system is the attempt to develop general laws of historical development while recognizing the dominance of specific peculiarities, although Trotsky's parallel tendency to cut short explanation at crucial points in his argument disguises the extent to which this is true. 66. We can see this in many features of his work. Trotsky's initial formulation of permanent revolution presented it as an inevitable series of events. However, at the moment of apparent triumph in 1917, Trotsky weakened it through his adoption of Bolshevik voluntarism. This was a dramatic reversal of his previous position, which had been essentially Menshevik in its disposition to favor a loosely structured mass party. He was not unaware of the opportunistic dangers that Menshevism involved, but he believed that the force of objective events would itself compel the adoption of permanent revolution when a new mass uprising occurred. In consequence, the threat of substitution, whereby the Bolshevik Party could replace the class as the agent of revolutionary struggle, was seen as the greater danger. The class conciliationist policies adopted by most Mensheviks after the February Revolution finally convinced him that Lenin's intransigence on questions of ideological purity and centralist party. 237. Organization had been right after all. If only by implication, Trotsky now had to accept that permanent revolution was not the inevitable result of Russian economic development. Instead, what Lenin had described as a Prussian path to the completion of Russia's modernization was distinctly possible. Trotsky's solution to this problem was to stress, henceforth, that the subjective element was an essential prerequisite of revolutionary success. 67. Indeed, he was reduced to the view that the failure of non-Russian revolutionary forces was the result of inadequate leadership, and had it not been for Lenin's presence, the Russian Revolution itself would have been stillborn. 68. This was voluntarism with a vengeance. There are similar weaknesses with Trotsky's generalization of his theory of permanent revolution, which had originated in a profound analysis of Russia's economic development. In applying it to a wider arena, he provided the theory with no analogous support, setting aside real national peculiarities on the grounds that imperialism had reproduced those of Russia throughout the East. No doubt there were elements in the Marxian heritage which facilitated this, in particular the view that, prior to capitalist penetration, the Asiatic mode of production had characterized the whole of the non-Western world. But whatever the reason, the superficiality of Trotsky's generalization has become blatantly apparent in the actual revolutions that have swept through the world since 1945. None has followed the model of permanent revolution. Eastern Europe was Sovietized via the occupation of the Red Army. The Chinese Revolution was a giant peasant jacquerie organized by urban intellectuals, and the revolutions in Cuba, Vietnam, Ethiopia, and elsewhere have shown few signs of proletarian leadership. 69. Furthermore, through the very concepts which Trotsky first made explicit, Marxists have revealed how diverse are the structures and history of non-European countries. By following Trotsky's methods here more closely than he himself was wont to do, they have revealed the non-deterministic features inherent in the very best of his work. In their hands the world economy becomes a patchwork of modal articulations, and Marxism itself is reduced to the box of tools required to understand them. Continuity with the original themes of the founders of historical materialism is achieved, if at all, through an appeal to the alleged powers of authoritarian parties which seek to duplicate Soviet history without its past. Marxism therefore also becomes an apology for the political structures of Eastern Europe and Third World nationalist movements. There is another clear link with Trotsky in all this. The most significant weakness in his early work is the manner in which he connected permanent revolution and socialism. He claimed that permanent revolution in Russia could succeed as the first step in the building of socialism, if only the revolution was extended internationally. But he never provided convincing arguments for this, and the oversight is especially troublesome in the light. 238. Of Plekhanov's very clear expression of the contrary view. This omission is related to Trotsky's position on post-revolutionary society. Although he was not averse to humanistic depictions of future communist society/0, this humanism is generally absent from his treatment of the socialist transition, in which fundamental changes in the relations of production are equated with the abolition of private property and the ending of commodity production, while the authoritarian management of production might remain unchanged. 71. Thus until the end of his life in 1940. Trotsky continued to depict the Soviet Union under Stalin as a workers' state, precisely because private property had not been restored. 72. Trotsky's attempt to revitalize Marxism by extending revolution internationally also suffered from his tendency to truncate explanation on central matters at issue. The economic basis of the contradiction between capitalist nation-states and the further development of the productive forces was left unspecified. Whether it is a matter of economies of scale, of underconsumption, of surplus capital generated by monopoly superprofits, or some other factor, was never precisely indicated. In one respect Trotsky's perspective seems to have resembled that of Rosa Luxemburg. He sometimes implied that the central problem facing any capitalist economy was a chronic shortage of markets. If this was Trotsky's position, it would be easily understandable. Parvus had taken this view before the First World War and also influenced Luxemburg and Kosky. 73. But Trotsky never explicitly stated the economic mechanism which he believed to lie behind imperialist rivalry. Thus his treatment of crisis tends to be circular. War is the only evidence for the contradiction, while the contradiction is a dus to explain war. This also has some bearing upon his post-revolutionary positions. Trotsky did not differentiate between the various imperialist economies. In particular, notions of uneven and combined development were absent from his account of international relations in the war. Instead, he suggested that all the great powers faced much the same problem of finding sufficient markets for the effective utilization of their productive forces. This meant that his perspective was very different from that of Lenin, who stressed that imperialist powers were unevenly developed and made it the foundation of his theory of war. During the 1920s this contrast underlay the debates that raged in the Bolshevik Party, since perceptions of the international economy became determinants of policy positions. Not surprisingly, a world revolutionary program based upon such a weak foundation is not likely to be effective. In contrast, Trotsky's strategy for Russia was vindicated in 1917. But it succeeded through the medium of the Bolshevik Party and, as we have noted, Trotsky did not underestimate the significance of this. However, he did claim that Lenin had come to accept the validity of permanent revolution, and had made it Bolshevik. 239. Doctrine at the crucial moment. This is an exaggerated claim, since Lenin was much more influenced by Bukharin, who had arrived at conclusions concordant with those of Trotsky, but via a different theoretical development. In the next chapter we consider Bukharin's work before returning to the momentous shift in Lenin's own perspective prior to the October Revolution. 13. Imperialism and War, Bukharin and Lenin on Monopoly Capitalism, 1914-17. The impact of war on Russian Marxism. The outbreak of the First World War in August 1914 did not immediately bring a fundamental change in Lenin's analysis of capitalism, or in his view that Russian backwardness precluded anything other than a democratic revolution in that country. Although the nature of capitalism as a world system figured much more prominently in his work of the war years, most elements of his imperialism, one written in 1916, can be found in his pre-war writings, too, and he retained allegiance to his formula of the democratic dictatorship until the early months of 1917. 3. Equally, Plekhanov and the Mensheviks remained committed to their pre-war economic analysis and to an alliance with the liberal bourgeoisie. Trotsky alone introduced a significant change into his theory of permanent revolution, but as we have seen in Chapter 12, this reinforced rather than modified his previous conclusions. However, the war did transform political alignments. Most Mensheviks, including Plekhanov, supported national defense. Only the Menshevik internationalists headed by Martov, and Trotsky's supporters, totally repudiated defensism to work for the reconciliation of all Marxists on a pacifist platform. This brought them closer to many Bolsheviks, but Lenin's own position was far more extreme. He adopted a stand of revolutionary defeatism aimed at transforming the imperialist conflict into a series of civil wars prompted by military defeats. Coupled with this was a thoroughgoing hostility to all who gave credence to any reason for defending the great powers, a condemnation of the Second International, and the demand for a new organization of socialists committed to revolution and revolutionary wars. Lenin regarded the breakup of international socialism. 243. 244. As akin to the Russian schism in 1903, but this time he immediately took an uncompromising stand which embraced Marxism as a whole, not just its Russian detachment. For in all this he was frequently at odds with other radicals, including some Bolsheviks. Throughout the war years Lenin remained committed to these principles, and as the war dragged on he progressively revised his economics and revolutionary strategy. While taken by surprise at the onset of hostilities, 5 and then sometimes prone to stress their political causes, 6 he quickly came to regard the war as reflecting the fundamental economic changes he had observed prior to 1914. The war was neither accidental nor of transitory significance, instead, it marked a new epoch in the development of international capitalism, which opened up the era of proletarian revolution in Europe. 7 These issues were no longer treated as subsidiary themes, as they had been before 1914, the specific problems of Russian society ceased to dominate his thinking. At first Lenin took Hilferding's analysis of finance capital as the key to understanding the new epoch, 8 Even though he believed its author did not appreciate its revolutionary consequences. 9. Over time, however, Lenin began to modify his economics, interpreting its political implications in an even more radical manner. Undoubtedly the intellectual catalyst here was Nikolai Bukharin, who even before the first biography of N.I. Bukharin. Nikolai Ivanovich Bukharin was born in Moscow of middle-class parents in 1888. He joined the Bolsheviks in 1906 while still a student at Moscow University. Arrested a number of times, he became an émigré in 1911. Bukharin first met Lenin in 1912 and studied economics at the University of Vienna in 1913. During 1917, as a leader of the Moscow Bolsheviks, he played an important role in the seizure of power in the capital. Subsequently, although he held many high positions, including the editorship of Pravda and chairmanship of the Comintern, he never became a member of the government. His great prestige in the party derived almost wholly from theoretical work, and his ideas were prominent in the formation of Soviet internal policy between 1923 and 1928. Deprived of any real influence after 1929, he was executed on Stalin's orders in 1938 after being a defendant in the infamous show trial of the same year. 245. World War had begun to fashion a new political economy which implied that the only revolution possible in Russia was a socialist one. By 1915 Bukharin had perfected its theoretical base, and during the next 2 years Lenin was to incorporate much of it into his own analysis. He did not do so uncritically, and he always viewed Bukharin's work with some suspicion, but by 1917 his own views as to the form of revolution desirable in Russia and its likely consequences had taken a qualitative leap. This was due largely to Bukharin's influence. 2. Bukharin on world economy and the imperialist state. The war found Bukharin analyzing the higher reaches of the superstructure. He categorized marginalist economic theory, particularly its Austrian version, as the ideology of a leisure class stemming from the changes in property relations of finance capital, and he sought to expose its shallow contradictory reasoning. 10. His methodological and substantive critique followed in the footsteps of Hilferding, Bortkiewicz and Parvus, but his ideological designation of neoclassicism was original and clearly dovetailed with the separation of ownership and control associated with the centralization of capital. The new Austrian economics which had originated in the 1870s was individualistic, subjectivist, and orientated towards consumption which, Bukharin argued, benefited the rentiers or parasitic shareholding classes. 11. Nonetheless, he failed to overcome the central difficulty of all ideological analysis, and provided no criterion by which his alleged material basis could be judged more correct than any proposed alternatives. 12. Bukharin also glossed over the problem posed by other forms of marginalism, especially its American version, which concentrated upon production and distribution. 13. The whole issue may indeed have been of secondary significance. Marx's own view that the important break in bourgeois economic theory had occurred in the 1830s, not in the late 19th century, is still defensible, and neoclassical analysis has continued to evolve new forms. 14. Bukharin remained committed to his argument. 15. but the war itself led him to reconsider the capitalist economic system rather than continue with his studies of bourgeois consciousness. He continued to draw heavily upon Hilferding's finance capital, albeit with a significant shift in emphasis. Imperialism and World Economy. 16. The bulk of which was written in 1915, conceptualized modern capitalism as a world system. Whereas Hilferding had concentrated upon the structure of advanced national economies, Bukharin followed Rosa Luxemburg, although not her, under consumptionist economics in locating all national economies as units of a world market, to whose laws they were subject. 17. These laws were those of capitalist commodity production as analyzed in Marx's Capital. 18. The 246 great powers had each become organized entities in which the law of value was inoperative internally. The anarchy of production had been transferred to the world economy, and it was to this that Marx's categories applied. They bore upon the individual economies of each state, but only through international relations. Unlike Hilferding, Bukharin argued that the purely internal basis for crises had been eradicated through the further development of organization within state capitalism. 19. This meant that economic units were increasingly politicized, their separation had become a matter of state boundaries, and their competition was mediated by the system of states. This competition was inevitable. Like Trotsky, Bukharin believed that the productive forces had developed beyond the point where they could be operated efficiently within the confines of any nation-state. 20. Modern capitalist enterprises were forced to become international by the requirements of mass production and falling rates of profit, both of which reflected the rising organic composition of capital. 21. This took various forms, including imperialist annexations. 22. Simultaneously, however, there was a national consolidation of capital, in which concentration and centralization engendered monopolization. The development of finance capital was followed by state capitalist trusts, and then by even purer forms of state capitalism. 23. The relevant units of the world market thus came to coincide with the system of states, and competition was expressed in rivalry between different states. 24. So, while Bukharin might have agreed with Clausewitz that war represented the continuation of politics by other means, he would have added that politics itself had become fused with economics. 25. For Bukharin, these two forces, which operated simultaneously both to nationalise and internationalise capital, define the central contradiction of modern capitalism. They provided the perspective into which he integrated the phenomena documented by Hilferding. His intellectual debts to Hilferding are obvious in imperialism, and it is in the reorganization of Hilferding's ideas that Bukharin makes one of his three principal contributions. The second original quality of his argument lies in his claim that the national centralization of capital has moved beyond finance capita f. 6. To form a set of new leviathans, or quasi-totalitarian state capitalisms. 27. The war, itself a product of the new structures, also accelerated their maturation. 28. Each national bourgeoisie therefore represented a qualitative new unity. 29. Parliaments had become anachronistic because there was no longer a pressing need for a forum in which the sectional interests of different bourgeois groups could be reconciled. For the same reason, Bukharin argued, liberal freedoms had become shadows of their former substance. 30. Consequently, bourgeois revolutions were no longer relevant, democratic aims could not be realized under capitalism, and the parliamentary road to socialism was closed. 31. Furthermore, according to Bukharin, all domestic institutions came 247 under state management, including organized labor and backward agrarian capitalism. 32. With regard to the former, working-class leaders had in general proved only too willing to be integrated because they identified the growth of the state with the progress of socialism. 33. They had substituted the cause of their own national state capitalism for revolutionary Marxism. Bukharin maintained, the collapse of the Second International was a necessary consequence. 34. The process also had its own specific material basis, since the swollen profits of monopoly capital had been used to finance the privileges of a labor aristocracy and bureaucratized political functionaries. 35 However, the days of opportunism were numbered. The contradiction inherent in world capitalism had brought the first of what could only be a series of world wars. Increasing misery for the masses would eventually burst the bubble of reformist illusions and lead to revolution. 36 Crises, for Bukharin, became synonymous with war. The choice, as he saw it, was the same as for Luxemburg and Trotsky, socialism or barbarism. The foundations for both possibilities had been laid by the twin tendencies to nationalise and internationalise capital. For Bukharin, even more than for Hilferding, war was endemic. It was not so much a policy, which could be implemented or abandoned as circumstances dictated, as the inevitable result of the very structure of modern capitalism. 37 Simultaneously, however, and again far more so than Hilferding had imagined, the organization of national capitalist relations had laid the groundwork for socialist economic planning, which existed on a world scale. 38 Purely national indices of economic development were irrelevant for assessing the possibility of socialism. Capitalism was a world economy which encompassed the whole globe. But it could not realize the potential for further organization because of its division into state capitalist units. Koskai's notion of ultra-imperialism, in which advanced capitalist nations coordinate their imperial exploitation, Bukharin admitted, was theoretically imaginable, but it was actually impossible to achieve because the variety of economic conditions in different segments of international capitalism precluded agreements. In particular, the producers with the more developed productive forces and lower costs of production, or with a stronger state power under their influence, lacked a long-term interest in submitting to the discipline of an international cartel. Thus the ultra-imperialism of Koskai, practically speaking, was incapable of being realized. 39 Lenin used a similar argument against Koskai, and with even more force. One pervading quality of Bukharin's theory was its devaluation of unevenness in the economic development of the different segments of the world economy. 40 Lenin, by contrast, built his theory of imperialist war squarely upon the uneven development of national capitalisms. There is therefore an artificial quality in Bukharin's critique of Koskai's ultra-imperialism, which carries over to his claim. 248. That only proletarian internationalism and socialism can lay the basis for a further development of the productive forces. Taken in isolation, Bukharin's critique of Koskai was reasonable enough, but stated as part of his own theory of imperialism it came into contradiction with the general thrust of his economics. Consequently, while Lenin may have been less original in his treatment of ultra-imperialism, his criticism dovetailed with his overall vision of imperialism in a way that was absent from Bukharin's own argument. 41 Bukharin's third original development of Marxism was to recognize that the specific nature of the system determines the form of its overthrow. Here he broke completely with Hilferding, and argued that there could be no question of simply taking over the existing state machine in order to use it as an instrument of proletarian power. For Bukharin, this was the erroneous Bernsteinism which had infected German social democracy. 42 Since the organization of the state had become fused with that of the capitalist economy, the existing state was inherently incapable of being utilized to suit the needs of a new mode of production. The imperialist state was a historically specific form appropriate only to the latest phase of capitalism. Rather than seizing control of it, the proletariat must instead smash all existing political forms and exercise its dictatorship through a structure appropriate to the new society. 43 Here Bukharin recovered Marx's own hostility to the state, and provided an economic theory in which the similar political ideas held by Pannekoek and other left communists could be grounded. 44 In doing so he injected an element of clarity into the distinction between reformism and revolution. At the same time, however, he implicitly repudiated any direct causal relation between the economic base and the superstructure. Under state capitalism the political was an integral part of the economic, and vice versa. The active, organizing subject of each national unit in the capitalist world market was the imperialist state, and the relations of the world market were coterminous with those of the system of states. 45. 3. Bukharin, Trotsky, and Lenin. As we have seen in Chapter 12, Trotsky's theory of Russian capitalist development implied a similar recognition that historical materialism was in need of serious revision. The conclusion of his theory of imperialism, if not of his underconsumptionism, was also compatible with that of Bukharin. Beyond this, however, the perspectives of the two theorists were very different. Bukharin emphasized the purity of modern capitalism. He had no notion of combined development as Trotsky understood it. Nor did Bukharin stress uneven development other than in an argument against. 249. Koskai. He was of course aware that some units of the world economy were more advanced than others and that different conditions prevailed within national economies. But he placed no explanatory value upon these matters. Instead he pointed to the modernizing impact of imperialism, and argued that the organization of metropolitan centers devalued the significance of economic backwardness. Thus primitive agriculture was integrated with advanced industry through both imperial annexations and organized state capitalist structures. 46. For Bukharin, the contradictions of contemporary capitalism stemmed from its modernity, not its imperfect and partial development. The peculiarities of Russian capitalism therefore play no role in his conviction that the revolution against Tsarism must become socialist. 47. Lenin's position in relation to that of Bukharin was more complex, not least because it changed over time. He agreed with Bukharin on three fundamental issues. Lenin too believed that war was rooted in the nature of modern capitalism, that capitalism had achieved its highest stage and generated a revolutionary situation which could culminate in socialism in the advanced West, and that the opportunism of the Second International was no accident, but instead stemmed from the very nature of imperialism. Nevertheless, for the first 2 years of the war he had equally fundamental reservations, and they bore upon exactly those points where Bukharin departed from Hilferding. They are evident both in his introduction to Bukharin's Imperialism and World Economy, 48, and especially in his own Imperialism 49, written in the following year. In the latter work, Lenin emphasized the importance of Hilferding and Hobson, claiming that others have scarcely gone beyond them. 50. Lenin undoubtedly believed Bukharin to have presented an exaggerated and oversimplified picture of contemporary capitalism. 51. Until at least the middle of 1916 he did not accept state capitalism as an appropriate characterization of the metropolitan centers, and he never considered that monopolization had eradicated the internal contradictions of individual capitalist economies. Indeed, he maintained quite the opposite. Since monopolization was only partial, conflicts of interest existed between monopolistic and competitive sectors, while monopolization hindered the market mechanism in reaching a new equilibrium once crisis had occurred. 52. Furthermore, Lenin considered the uneven development of national capitalisms to be of pivotal importance. It was precisely the overall backwardness of Russia which precluded socialist revolution there, and the changing relative positions of different individual capitalist economies which accounted for war. Coupled with the completed division of the world between the great powers, uneven development was for Lenin the economic basis of military rivalry. It was not the result of competition being eradicated from national economies and wholly transferred to the interrelations of states, as it was for Bukharin. 250. In addition, Lenin regarded Bukharin's theory of the state as bordering upon anarchism. At the time his own view of the dictatorship of the proletariat was much closer to that of Koskai, who saw the goal of the socialist proletariat as capturing control of the existing state apparatus. 53. Before 1917, too, Lenin denied that socialist revolution was possible in Russia, and he severely criticized Bukharin's more general argument that democratic issues, especially the right of oppressed nationalities to self-determination, had been made redundant by economic development. Furthermore, he objected to Bukharin's dismissal of the peasantry as an ally of the proletariat, as well as believing Bukharin to have erred on a host of secondary matters. 54 Consequently, despite their mutual respect, relations between Lenin and Bukharin during the war years were difficult. During late 1916 and early 1917, however, there was a significant degree of reconciliation between the two theorists, and it was Lenin who moved toward Bukharin rather than the reverse. This was remarkable, not since the 1890s had Lenin deferred to the views of others on central matters of theory, and in these earlier years his flexibility had been short-lived. After the split from Menshevism in 1903 he had taken an extremely dictatorial line in matters of Bolshevik doctrine, forcing the expulsion of many of his opponents. 5. Now he began to depart from Bolshevik doctrine himself, and at absolutely crucial points. Before we consider this, however, we must examine Lenin's imperialism, which was written during 1916 when he was still fully at odds with Bukharin. For Lenin's imperialism and his move toward Bukharin. Subtitled A Popular Outline, Lenin's imperialism made no claim to originality and represented little more than a sketch of the main institutions and relationships which he believed at the time to characterize the highest stage of capitalism. 56 Behind it lay much study. 57 But the pamphlet was really nothing more than a systematization of his previous views, expressed in a vague fashion which makes their evaluation difficult. Hilferding's Finance Capital was Lenin's guide along with, to a lesser extent, the work of the English liberal J. A. Hobson. 5. There is but one passing reference to Bukharin. 59 Lenin's notebooks make it clear where he thought Hilferding to be deficient, 60 and indicate that the only idea for which he may have been indebted to Bukharin at this time was his notion of modern capitalism being uniquely parasitical. 61 Nevertheless, this would have reflected the influence of the economic theory of the leisure class, not imperialism, and the world economy. The major changes in Lenin's political economy really postdate his imperialism, and the canonical status which 251. The work has achieved since its author's death belies its secondary importance in the intellectual evolution of Lenin's thought. Imperialism is defined by Lenin to be synonymous with monopoly capitalism. Seen in terms of purely economic concepts, it has 5 characteristics. The concentration of production and capital has developed to such a high stage that it has created monopolies which play a decisive role in economic life, the merging of bank capital with industrial capital, and the creation, on the basis of this finance capital, of a financial oligarchy. The export of capital as distinguished from the export of commodities acquires exceptional importance. The formation of international monopolist capitalist associations which share the world among themselves. And the territorial division of the whole world among the biggest capitalist powers is completed. 62. The bulk of Lenin's text is devoted to the empirical documentation of each facet of this definition, criticism of Koskai's theory of ultra-imperialism, 63 and enunciation of the belief that the root of reformism lay in the aristocracy of labor created by imperialism. 64 This highest stage of capitalism, Lenin argues, emerges no earlier than at the beginning of the 20th century. 65 However, neither its relationship with competitive capitalism, nor the interrelationships between the various elements of imperialism, are very clearly specified by Lenin, and the causal mechanisms lying behind particular features are often imprecisely treated. On the crucial matter of capital exports, for example, Lenin refers to the surplus of capital that accrues in metropolitan centers but does not explain why internal investment opportunities are lacking. His favorable reference to Hobson suggests commitment to a chronic underconsumptionism, but Lenin had exposed the difficulties with such a theory in his conflict with populism during the 1890s. He makes no statement in Imperialism, or in his other wartime writings, to indicate that he had revised his earlier views, and Hilferding had also dealt with capital exports while neglecting underconsumption. Both Hilferding and Bukharin had appealed to Marx's theory of the falling rate of profit, but this makes no appearance in Lenin's exposition. 66 Where Lenin is relatively clear is on the consequences of imperialism. In particular, he emphasized that the completed partition of the world and the uneven development of national capitalisms made recurrent wars of redivision inevitable. he was much more decisive on this than Hilferding in his Finance Capital. In explaining the origins of the First World War, Lenin maintained that by the early 20th century the empires of Britain and 252 France were much larger than their economic strength now justified. Germany, whose capitalist development had dramatically accelerated in the preceding half-century, found itself deficient. In order to acquire sufficient markets, and to secure access to raw materials and spheres of protected investment abroad, Germany was forced to resort to military aggression so as to redivide the imperial possessions of other powers. 67. Whatever the outcome of the war, Lenin argued, continued uneven development in the context of a completed division will act to destabilize peace. As noted in the previous section, the importance which Lenin gave to these phenomena made his critique of Koskai's ultra-imperialism far stronger than that of Bukharin. He accepted, like Bukharin and Hilferding, that the centralization of capital was a continuing force which raised the theoretical possibility of a joint exploitation of the world by the advanced capitalist nations. Like Bukharin and Hilferding, Lenin also recognized the existence of international cartels, which implied that Koskai's idea was not without foundation. 68. But, Lenin argued, any ultra-imperialist arrangement could only be temporary, for the uneven development of different parts of the world economy must destabilize it and bring further wars of redivision. 69. Both Bukharin and Lenin also rejected Koskai's belief that the expansion of economic territory was confined to the formal colonization of agrarian areas. 70. Lenin's data on the destination of capital exports indicated no preeminent status for colonies. 71. Furthermore, he recognized explicitly that imperial domination can dispense with formal political control, and that annexations need not be limited to areas of agricultural production, or to regions lying outside the European continent. 72. And he was quite right to note the complexity. At the center of his vision is monopolization in the context of unevenly developed capitalisms, and its requirements can be satisfied in ways that do not involve direct political control, dominance of agrarian territories, or colonization of areas outside Europe. Elsewhere, Lenin also noted that many actual imperialist powers were not purely capitalist. Passages which could have come from the pen of Trotsky point to the importance of non-bourgeois interests that had become incorporated into imperialism. 73. This of course is perfectly consistent with the importance ascribed to the Prussian form of modernization in Lenin's earlier work. Regarding the effect of monopolization and imperial expansion upon the labor movements of Europe, however, Lenin's treatment was inferior to that of Bukharin. 74. Although the substance of their ideas here is the same, stemming from Engels, Lenin's treatment is less sophisticated than Bukharin's. This is not just a matter of Lenin's cruder terminology. Having failed to embrace Bukharin's view of the imperialist state as the active subject of advanced national capitalisms, Lenin's economism is more pronounced. There is no place in his imperialism for 253. Mediation by a state whose relative autonomy might, on Bukharin's analysis, be very considerable. 75. As we will see in section 6, neither formulation is especially convincing, but Bukharin's treatment is the superior. Lenin's writings between imperialism and October 1917 indicate that this was a judgment he made himself with regard to at least three other features of Bukharin's work. First, Lenin accepted the development of state monopoly capitalism clearly, if without much elaboration. Second, and with more amplification, he recognized that Bukharin had been correct in his treatment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. And, finally, Lenin began to argue that a Russian revolution must transcend bourgeois democratic limits. This brought him into conflict with the bulk of his own party, and it was only with Herculean efforts, supported by the followers of Bukharin and of Trotsky, that he was able to overcome the resistance of old Bolshevism. Even then he faced a continual rearguard action by the Bolshevik right headed by Kamina. 76. The shift in Lenin's perspective can be partially explained by certain tensions in the position which he occupied during the first 2 years of the war. Most fundamentally, there was a contradiction between his view of modern capitalism and his politics. Lenin made clear his belief that the most developed forms of capitalism, already present in Russia, 77, were parasitic and reactionary, and that their warfare threatened civilization itself. 18 In what sense, then, could a revolution which strengthened the basis for capitalism be regarded as progressive? In addition, the logic of his revolutionary defeatism held that revolution was aided by the military failure of established powers. How then could the proletariat secure its own dictatorship via a state apparatus which had already begun a process of collapse? Furthermore, as we have seen in chapter 11 above, Lenin envisaged the democratic dictatorship as taking on a Soviet structure, thereby implying the destruction of the Tsarist state apparatus. Why then would Soviets be precluded from smashing the existing state which, whatever its class nature, could not itself be of a Soviet form in the same way during the proletariat's own socialist revolution? Thus between 1914 and 1916 Leninism was a highly unstable compound. But so too were the belligerent regimes in the First World War, and actual developments brought Lenin to appreciate that the concepts of imperialism lagged behind historical development. Government regulation and central planning did accelerate, making it clear that Bukharin's theoretical extremism at least pointed in the correct direction. 79. Lenin's writings begin to use the term state capitalism, which he now regarded as appropriate to bourgeois societies in their latest phase. 8. Coupled with this was his belief that even these new means of control had proved incapable of maintaining material reproduction. The heavy demands of total war and the disruption of an interconnected world economy had brought many countries to the 254 brink of ruin. The crisis was particularly marked in the case of Russia, Lenin argued, and from the beginning of 1917 he maintained that only socialist revolution could reverse the spiral towards chaos. Bourgeois democratic measures were insufficient. The management apparatus of state capitalism had to be totally severed from the rule of capital and placed in the service of the masses. 81. A further consequence of the war, Lenin believed, was that the exploited had become more unified against capitalism. Not only the Russian proletariat, but also poorer sections of the peasantry and the subjugated nationalities, had come to perceive that a revolution which stopped short of enacting socialist policies could not satisfy their most pressing needs. Modern capitalism, for Lenin, had both united diverse forms of property, and on the other hand forged a new solidarity among the oppressed. In the epoch of imperialism it was only under the leadership of the proletariat, through a revolution initiating the transition to socialism, that the bulk of the petite bourgeoisie could realize their own interests. 82. This Bakuninist theme in Lenin's thought was joined by another anarchist current which arose from a purely intellectual process while being both perturbed by and hostile to Bukharin's theory of the state as it related to the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin began an intense study of the issue. The ultimate result was The State and Revolution, 84, which was written in the months preceding the October Revolution, but its conclusions had already been reached before the overthrow of Tsarism in February 1917, and they went beyond those of Bukharin. Not only must the capitalist state be smashed, Lenin maintained, it must also be replaced by institutions of mass participatory democracy analogous to those of the Paris Commune in 1871. The socialist order was to be forged through a union of the management apparatus developed from above by state capitalism and the organs of popular democracy emerging from below. 85. No sooner had Lenin made his break from orthodoxy as he had previously understood it, than his new idea received apparent empirical confirmation. Soviets and factory committees mushroomed in 1917 and placed Russia at the forefront of revolutionary Europe. Socialist initiative in Russia, Lenin now argued, could provide the trigger for world revolution. As a concrete embodiment of proletarian power, serving as the home base for a new international, and by marshalling the means of revolutionary warfare, the Alsacian revolution could be extended internationally. This would be made all the easier by the fact that such a revolution would deprive Britain and France of a major source of exploitation, as well as a wartime ally. Essential elements of Bukharin's political economy thus came to be incorporated in Leninism. Nevertheless, the alignment was imperfect and important theoretical issues continued to separate them. Lenin's position remained very much more concrete than that of Bukharin. While he came 255 to accept that the maximum program applicable to socialist revolution ruled the day, he did not thereby jettison the minimum program relevant to democratic revolution, as Bukharin had done. Instead, Lenin argued for the continuing importance of the latter, but also now insisted that it could only be realized through socialist revolution. As we have seen in Chapter 12, this was also the heart of Trotsky's conception of permanent revolution. Had Lenin, then, under the influence of Bukharin, become a Trotskyist? V. Lenin and permanent revolution. After 1914, Lenin moved closer to Trotsky's ideas and, as we saw in Chapter 2 above, he did so from a position which was already rather close to them. The Prussian road involved an integration of pre-capitalist and capitalist forms, so that a notion of combined development was implicit within it. Although limiting itself to measures that would facilitate capitalist development, the democratic dictatorship was also envisaged to be compatible with draconian measures against the bourgeoisie. In 1917, Lenin went even further to argue that any effective democratic change must be coupled to socialist construction, as the theory of permanent revolution had always maintained. And to this Lenin appended a theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat which appeared to repudiate his own doctrine of the party, on which Trotsky had previously concentrated his attacks against Bolshevism. The revolution itself had international objectives, but would initially have to be limited to particular collectivist measures, and not involve an immediate and thoroughgoing socialist transformation, which Trotsky agreed was impossible. Not surprisingly, then, numerous passages in Lenin's wartime writings smacked of permanent revolution. 86 Certainly the response of many Bolsheviks to the April Theses, 87 where he first stated his new position after returning to Russia, was to accuse Lenin of Trotskyism. 88 In joining the Bolshevik Party in 1917, Trotsky, too, demonstrated his belief that his remaining differences with Lenin were secondary ones. This was a position he maintained until his death in 1940, and many others have agreed with him. 89 The fact that Lenin had not actually read Results and Prospects before 1919 can be used to explain away his own obvious misunderstanding of Trotsky's doctrine. 90 Nonetheless, there were theoretical differences between Lenin and Trotsky, and some of these were to become important issues of conflict after the revolution. Most obviously, Lenin's writings in 1917 involved expressions of two-stage revolution, which do not fit with Trotsky's conception of telescoping the two revolutions. 91 Also, Lenin did not consider socialist revolution in Russia to be inevitable. Throughout 1917 he 256 believed that a Prussian solution, enacted through a military dictatorship, was still quite possible. 92 What really divided the two theorists, however, were different assessments as to the causes of the revolution and the problems which would arise in its aftermath. As we have seen, Lenin came to accept the need for a Russian socialist revolution through an understanding of advanced capitalism, not by reinterpreting Russian backwardness in the manner of Trotsky. For Lenin, recognition of combined development within the Russian social formation played no explanatory role in accounting for why socialist revolution could succeed, and the causal role of uneven development was confined to international conflict. Arguments pertaining to Russia's internal condition were involved in Lenin's change of strategy, but they had little to do with the peculiarities of Russian industrialization and everything to do with the impact of war. 93 Like Trotsky, Lenin provided an internationalist rationale for a Russian socialist revolution which, if it failed to extend itself, might well be defeated. 94 However, there was a significant difference with Trotsky. Lenin had come to believe that the bulk of the peasantry would cooperate in the transition to socialism, since modern capitalism had brought a new unity to all the oppressed and provided means for self-government and economic planning even in conditions of Russian backwardness. 95 But this also implied that the principal threat to the Russian Revolution was external, there was no insurmountable internal constraint. This divergence from Trotsky's views was to dominate the debates on economic policy after Lenin's death in 1924. Lenin also saw world revolution as a protracted process, involving setbacks as well as advances and exhibiting considerable variation between different countries. Although in 1917 he undoubtedly believed that the Russian Revolution would not remain alone for very long, 96 he sometimes suggested that a socialist revolution might continue to be isolated for an extended period. 97 None of this proves Lenin to be a theorist of socialism in one country, as his Soviet editors claim. 98 But his writings were amenable to that interpretation in a way that those of Trotsky could never be. When in the 1920s Bukharin and Stalin claimed Lenin's support on this question, they were less perverse than Trotsky maintained. Lenin certainly justified the October Revolution in internationalist terms, but he also appealed to national circumstances too, and suggested that Russia might proceed towards socialism without external aid and fundamental internal conflicts. 6. An assessment of Bolshevik political economy. Lenin's appraisal of the actual situation in Russia during 1917 was remarkably accurate. 99. The February Revolution took on the character of a 257. Chauvinist revolution designed to enhance defensism which he had long thought possible. 100. The conciliationist policies of the Mensheviks confirmed their classification as opportunists. 101. And, since the masses and their leaders in government and the Soviets had different objectives, the domestic crisis intensified as Lenin expected. 102. In these circumstances he was right to maintain that the only alternatives were a military dictatorship of the right, or a further revolution for peace, bread, and land. 103 As the cooperation of other socialist parties proved unattainable, the revolution could go forward only under Bolshevik initiative. 104. The wider vision of international relations which Lenin had propounded since 1914 also had a rational kernel. As noted in Chapter 12, there was a structural problem inhibiting international order. The great powers had imperialist aims and the resulting war proved fertile soil for revolutionary change. In the 30 years beginning in 1914, Western capitalism experienced the most severe set of crises in all its history. The Bolshevik theorists were right to locate their source in the nature of a world economy which had become both integrated and dangerously fragmented. While the Bolsheviks' conclusions were basically sound, however, the economic theory underlying them was less secure. The ideas expressed in Lenin's imperialism have indeed attracted an avalanche of criticism. Given Lenin's debt to Hilferding, and the similarity of his conclusions to those of Bukharin and Trotsky, much of this negative evaluation encompasses their work too. There are certainly important weaknesses in all four theorists, but many of the alleged deficiencies actually prove to be false. In the case of Lenin especially, the critics have frequently failed to take account of his writings on imperialism as a whole, or to pay sufficient attention to their ambiguities. Often associated with these faults has been a suspension of normal scholarly practices which would not be condoned in the assessment of a less controversial figure. 105 It has been claimed that Lenin's analysis is crudely economistic, giving insufficient importance to the relative independence of politics, or the importance of nationalism, in understanding international relations. 106. In addition, critics argue, in the latter part of the 19th century colonization and capital exports were determined by separate forces. Economic motives were frequently unimportant in territorial annexations, while capital exports to colonies lagged behind those to other areas. 107 It is also claimed that underconsumption was not the driving force behind the internationalization of capital. Nor was monopolization, since Britain, with the largest empire, had the least developed monopolies. 108 Finally, some critics allege, on Lenin's arguments decolonization during the second half of the 20th century would have proved fatal for Western capitalism. 109. All this pays scant attention to what Lenin actually wrote, and instead concentrates upon refuting a constructed stereotype of his ideas. Lenin's acceptance of state monopoly capitalism necessarily qualified the views. 258. Expressed in his imperialism. In particular, it meant that politics and economics became fused in his perspective, just as in Bukharin's. Nonetheless, Lenin continued to emphasize the importance of political factors for the understanding of imperialist phenomena, as he had done ever since the outbreak of the First World War. 110. And Trotsky's analysis of contemporary events can, if anything, be faulted for neglecting the economic dimension relative to the political. 11. Lenin classified the First World War as imperialist, but he never doubted the importance of nationalist wars for oppressed ethnic groups. Indeed, he recognized that the immediate cause of hostilities in 1914 lay in Serbian nationalism. 112. To accuse Bukharin of underestimating the importance of national sentiments among the subjugated would be valid, but it was a criticism that Lenin himself made repeatedly. 113. And both Bukharin and Lenin pointed to the decline of liberal democratic norms in areas of advanced capitalism, together with the reassertion of pre-capitalist values. 114. Nowhere did either Lenin or Bukharin put forward a general theory of imperialist annexations, let alone a universal theory of international relations. They were concerned with what they each believed to be a historically specific stage of capitalism, which Lenin explicitly dated to the beginning of the 20th century. Having recognized that empires were pervasive in history. 115. Neither theory implied that the colonization of the 19th century could be explained solely by the economic imperatives of the highest stage of capitalism. The laws of motion of modern capitalism were in any event located, albeit unclearly, in the monopolization of capital, not in the underconsumption of the working class, which is what Hobson had stressed. 116. Lenin and Bukharin also recognized that the control sought by monopoly capitalism did not always necessitate formal colonization. Nor were the annexationist aims of leading capitalist powers, or their foreign investments, confined to areas outside Europe. 7. Lenin criticized both Koski and Luxemburg for identifying imperial expansion with colonization in the periphery. 18. He concentrated upon explaining the consequences of an already divided world, not accounting for how it had become divided. 119. The key factors making for instability, Lenin maintained, were the needs of the newly emerging capitalist powers rather than those of the older states whose history of colonization had involved different forces from those dominant in the highest stage. 120. Here he differed significantly from Bukharin, but Bukharin emphasized the new, historically specific, form of competition developed under modern capitalism. Trotsky was even less committed to a definite economics. His emphasis lay in arguing that the productive forces could no longer be contained within the boundaries of nation-states. And the perspectives of all three theorists shared the Eurocentric quality of Hilferding's work. It was the economic structure of advanced capitalist powers, their relevance for 259. Explaining the European war and, in the case of Lenin, the revolutionary importance of national movements within Europe, which were stressed. 121. The emphasis upon the periphery which characterizes later theories of imperialism was not developed by Russian Marxists until the late 1920s. 122. Neither Lenin's nor Bukharin's theory of modern capitalism made colonies essential to the survival of the metropolitan centers. The great powers needed monopoly control over exploitable areas of the globe. If decolonization did not threaten this, there would be no reason to expect the demise of capitalism. And, as already mentioned, both Lenin and Bukharin recognized that economic domination was a more general category than formal colonial subordination. Lenin's imperialism shares with the early sections of the development of capitalism in Russia an uncharacteristic concern with relatively abstract theory. Just as the latter was used as a guide to empirical research, there is every indication that Lenin conceived his theory of the highest stage of capitalism in similar terms. His five-fold definition of imperialism in terms of the world economy and his acceptance of uneven development implied that the characteristics of modern capitalism would be found in different constellations between countries. For example, according to Lenin, Germany took the lead in developing state capitalism precisely because it lacked other elements of modernity. 123 converse propositions would seem to follow. The survival of competitive capitalism in Britain could have stemmed from the larger market provided by the empire. While all this reflects adversely upon widely accepted criticisms of Lenin's political economy, it also points to its own limitations. The various elements of imperialism upon which Lenin focuses are only loosely connected theoretically. While obvious errors are few, it is frequently difficult to locate statements which might be falsified. This characteristic is even more true for Trotsky, whose economics of imperialism is never well specified in any form. Bukharin was more definite, but as we have already seen in Section 2, this was at the cost of ignoring the complexities of economic development and exaggerating advanced forms of economic management, defects which Lenin himself criticized. Nevertheless, specific objections can be made to Lenin's and Bukharin's accounts of modern capitalism. Most obviously, their economic analysis of monopoly capitalism is superficial in the extreme. Bukharin's treatment was in fact contradictory. He believed that the world market equalized wages, prices, and rates of profit, while simultaneously asserting that competition had been abolished within national economies. Lenin failed to relate clearly the different features of imperialism, and was especially vague regarding the forces behind capital exports. Neither theorist considered the problems evident in the association of monopolies with super-profits. The question of how, given the level of wages and rate of technical change, monopolies can increase total surplus value was never asked, let alone 260 answered. This deficiency was most marked in the case of Bukharin, who, unlike Lenin, thought of national monopolization as complete and recognized no competitive sector from which profits might be transferred. Neither Lenin nor Bukharin, in short, provided a theory of prices and wages applicable to monopoly capitalism. This weakens their theory of the labor aristocracy as the economic backbone of working-class reformism. There is no problem with the general argument that imperial exploitation and parliamentary participation may facilitate the integration of the working class into capitalism. The problems lie in the assertion that only a minority of the labor movement was deeply affected, in the failure to specify the mechanisms by which this incorporation occurred, and in the presumption that the revolutionary integrity of the proletarian mass was unchanged. Lenin actually contradicted himself when he analyzed Russian conditions, maintaining that it was the highly paid metal workers who were most militant and the poorer textile operatives who were least revolutionary. 124 And he never explained how the labor aristocracy thesis related to the Menshevik émigrés who took a defensist position analogous to that of the bureaucrats of the German labor movement, nor how this theory related to his earlier and different observations on working-class moderation. 125. However, there are problems in this area too. Bolshevik ideas on the political possibilities opened up by advanced capitalism were contradictory. Neither Bukharin or Lenin convincingly explained the connection between the centralist economic control exercised under monopoly capitalism and the decentralist conception of the proletarian state. While the idea of smashing the established state machine made theoretical and practical sense, there are difficulties with its replacement by organs of direct democracy and the utilization of hierarchical control mechanisms developed by monopoly capitalism. Management of the economy by bureaucratic means may be monitored by local elected bodies, but the subordination of administration to popular control is a wholly different matter because it conflicts with the very nature of bureaucratic organization. A similar contradiction appears in Lenin's treatment of the party in 1917. Then, as in 1905, he jettisoned the model of what is to be done and opened up membership to the revolutionary masses as they swung behind the Bolshevik platform. How vanguardism was compatible with this practice was never squarely faced in any of Lenin's writings. 126. Nor did he confront the related issue of how the rural economy was to be integrated with that of the urban centers in the post-revolutionary regime. Having broken the power of the existing state, eliminated the landlords and finance capitalists who extracted the agricultural surplus that ultimately fed the cities, Lenin needed to identify a replacement. He realized that Russian industry was in a state of collapse, and that rural producers would attain economic control of agriculture in the course of an agrarian revolution, so. 261. The problem was certainly not hidden. In general, however, he proved altogether too eager to interpret the demands of the peasants in the light of objective conditions which, he believed, had brought about the basis for a new community of interests among all the oppressed. Trotsky at least continued to recognize that the proletariat and peasantry were epochs apart. Furthermore, his conception of uneven and combined development indicated a central deficiency in the economic theory of Bukharin and Lenin. Like Hilferding, they took contemporary German capitalism as their analytical starting point. But the peculiarities of German history had generated novel characteristics which were not duplicated elsewhere, including the fusion of industrial and banking capital on the basis of which the Bolshevik theorists believed socialist economic management could rely. Lenin noted that German capitalism had special features, but he erroneously believed them to be more advanced attributes, rather than country-specific ones. Both Bukharin and Lenin also thought that the centralist economic control produced by wartime exigencies was simply an acceleration of long-run trends which were strongly operative under all conditions. 127. Hence their exaggerated emphasis upon the general importance and enduring nature of state capitalism. From their viewpoint, in which wars between advanced capitalist states were endemic, this particular deficiency was unimportant, since any peacetime decline in the economic role of the state would be but a short interlude, to be reversed when war broke out again. This was another, more serious departure from Bukharin's and Lenin's normal sensitivity to capitalism's potential for adaptation. Like Trotsky, they occasionally glimpsed the possibility of superimperialism, military domination by a single capitalist power to change the nature of international relations, breaking up the colonial empires of others and thereby undermining monopolist spheres of influence, all to its own benefit. 128. But they did not take this very seriously, and continued to stress the inevitability of repeated imperialist wars. Thus they failed to predict the long period of peace between the major capitalist powers in the second half of the 20th century under U.S. hegemony. Of course, this itself may prove to be temporary. National capitalisms continue to develop unevenly, undermining U.S. dominance as its relative economic power has declined and the costs of adopting a global policing role have risen. 129. Only in this very limited sense, however, has the perspective of Lenin proved to be durable. Part 3. Social Democracy and Communism, 1917 to 1929. 14. The Revival of Revisionism. The outbreak of the First World War in August 1914 shattered the already precarious unity of the European socialist movement. A large majority in the Marxist parties of all the important combatant powers supported the war efforts of their respective states, with greater or lesser degrees of enthusiasm. Otto Bauer and Rudolf Hilferding, for example, joined the Austrian army as a matter of course, without apparently even considering any alternative course of action. In Germany, the patriotic fervor of the SPD's right wing produced an appalling display of chauvinistic casuistry in which the military victory of the Hohenzollern Empire was invoked as a necessary step on the road to socialism. 1. At first, dissenting voices were few, only a small, resolutely internationalist group around Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht identified with the revolutionary position of Lenin and the Bolsheviks. As the war dragged on, however, a pacifist tendency emerged, opposed to the belligerence of the German state but unwilling to call openly for its overthrow. Karl Koski and Eduard Bernstein, antagonists for so long, found themselves reunited in support for this centrist position. 2. By the end of the war, the political situation in Europe had been transformed by the October Revolution in Russia, the defeat of the Central Powers, and the collapse of the German and Austro-Hungarian monarchies. But the German Revolution was abortive. Although formal political democracy was established and significant social reforms were carried through, there was no change in class structure, nor even an effective challenge to private property. The state apparatus was still authoritarian, and the position of the previously dominant classes remained secure. Indeed, it was a social democratic government which put down the Spartacist rising, connived at the murder of Liebknecht and Luxemburg in January 1919, and helped to make post-war Germany safe for capitalism. After the formation of the German Communist Party in 1918, the 269, 270 chasm separating supporters and opponents of Bolshevik Russia soon became unbridgeable. The centrist position was now untenable, and in 1923 the Independent Socialist Party, which numbered Koskai and Hilferding among its leaders and had been the mainstay of the short-lived 2.5 International, merged with the majority organization. Social Democrat or Communist, the battle lines were now drawn, and the German working class movement was polarized between reformists and Comintern-affiliated revolutionaries. 3. There were, inevitably, complementary developments at the level of Marxist theory. Even more than before 1914, political controversy spilled over into economic debate, and conflicting analyses of capitalist development were used in defense of rival political strategies. On the one hand, the resources of the Soviet state were added to the immense moral authority of a successful proletarian revolution to produce an increasingly rigid orthodoxy which hardened, after Stalin secured power, into dogmatism. Against the communists, whose theoretical impetus came overwhelmingly from Russia, were the mainstream social democrats in Germany and Austria. The German party enjoyed a measure of respectability in the Weimar Republic, and sometimes participated in government. Rudolf Hilferding twice served as an impeccably conservative Minister of Finance in the 1920s. 4. As the prospects for social revolution diminished, the SPD became ever more deeply committed to gradual reform within the existing system, and the pre-war heresies of Eduard Bernstein won increasing acceptance. Only a handful of deviants remained outside the two great camps. 2. Organized capitalism and the new revisionism. At the turn of the century, Bernstein had argued for a peaceful, evolutionary approach to the achievement of socialism. Instead of revolution, there would be a gradual social transformation resulting from a long series of limited reforms. Bernstein denied the necessity of a catastrophic breakdown, and suggested that economic crises would decline in severity as production came to be regulated by private associations of capitalists and by the state. His views had been denounced by the SPD's ideological leadership, but their criticisms had little analytical foundation. In his Finance Capital, Rudolf Hilferding had emphatically denied that cartels could prevent crises, but he also came close to the revisionist line in arguing that the socializing function of finance capital facilitates enormously the task of overcoming capitalism. Once finance capital has brought the most important branches of production under its control, it is enough for the revival of revisionism. 271. Society, through its executive organ the state, conquered by the working class to seize finance capital in order to gain immediate control of these branches of production. Since all other branches of production depend upon these, control of large-scale industry already provides the most effective form of social control even without any further socialization. Even today, taking possession of 6 large Berlin banks would mean taking possession of the most important spheres of large-scale industry. In other words, since finance capital has already achieved expropriation to the extent required by socialism, it is possible to dispense with a sudden act of expropriation by the state, and to substitute a gradual process of socialization through the economic benefits which society will confer. 5. At the time, however, the potentially reformist significance of these passages was lost amid the excitement generated by Hilferding's incisive discussion of imperialism and the militant tone of his principal conclusions. The economic foundations of Hilferding's reformism did however correspond rather closely to the nature of contemporary German capitalism. There had never been an era of full-blooded laissez-faire in Germany. The government had consistently played an important role in economic life, and competition had always been limited by trusts, cartels and price-fixing arrangements. The onset of total war accelerated these developments, as the state now assumed responsibility for larger sectors of the economy and encouraged the formation of new producer associations and the strengthening of existing ones. Their wholehearted participation in the war effort earned for the trade unions a degree of recognition from government and employers alike, giving a new corporatist tinge to an increasingly statist regime. As was the case in other European countries, the post-war return to normality was in Germany only partial, and many of the wartime changes proved irreversible. 6. By the early 1920s, support for further rationalization was widespread, within the labor movement as well as in capitalist circles. Among all the capitalistic industrial nations, the centralizing tendency has gone furthest in post-war Germany, wrote Robert Brady in 1933. The background in that country is most favorable for continued advance, and the German sentiment in favor of centralization seems to be increasing rather than decreasing in almost every economically significant activity. Thus there was no future in Germany for the old Manchesterian system, Brady concluded. Two facts stand out as of paramount importance. First, the desire to go back to a freely competitive capitalist economic system is almost completely gone in Germany. Second, the possibility of such a return has been almost completely eliminated. Even the trade unions supported rationalization, which they saw as the Technische and Organisatio. 272. NAL expression of evolution from the old to the new order, which would culminate in comprehensive economic planning. Working class political power, they expected, would be sufficient to secure for labor a large and growing share of the gains from rationalization. 7. The implications of these changes were recognized by Hilferding quite early in the war and reinforced the reformist elements in his thinking, which were already evident in his finance capital. In an article published in the Austrian party journal Der Kampf in 1915, he described what he believed to be the adjustments forced upon capitalist society by the socialist and trade union movements. In the course of its struggle, the working class had increased its strength and self-consciousness, but in improving its own position it had also moderated its revolutionary impulse, since the conditions of its existence were no longer utterly intolerable. To put it in the form of a paradox, the counter-revolutionary effects of the workers' movement have weakened the revolutionary tendencies of capitalism. Additional stabilizing factors had emerged in the latest phase of high capitalist development. Since the mid-1890s, depressions had become shorter and chronic unemployment less severe. In Germany and the USA there was no longer a reserve army of the unemployed in the old sense. Finance capital had reduced the system's susceptibility to economic crises, and contains the germ of a transformation of the anarchic capitalist into an organized capitalist economic order. The growth in the power of the state, itself the product of finance capital, worked in the same direction. In place of the victory of socialism there appears possible a society organized, indeed, but hierarchically and not democratically organized, at the apex of which stand the combined forces of the capitalist monopolies and the state, under whom the working masses are engaged in a hierarchy as agents of production. Instead of the triumph of socialism over capitalist society, we would have an organized capitalism, better adapted than hitherto to meeting the immediate material needs of the masses. The experience of the war could only strengthen these tendencies, Hilferding concluded. What was coming to be known as war socialism was merely an intensified form of pre-war organized capitalism. 8 even more far-reaching conclusions were drawn by the legal theorist and future president of the Austrian Republic, Karl Renner. Writing in 1916, Renner accused Marxists of overlooking fundamental changes in the structure of capitalism. The economic functions of the state had increased to an unprecedented degree. It is a question rather of the penetration of private economy down to its elementary cells by the state, not the nationalization of a few factories, but the control of the whole private sector of the economy by willed and conscious regulation and direction. The revival of revisionism 273. This had come about in 4 stages. In the first, which lasted from 1878 to about 1890, the state had intervened to protect the weak against the effects of internal and external competition. There followed the era of the organized private enterprise economy, in which cartels arose against the opposition of the state to restrict competition. In the third stage, that of the imperialist national economy, the state power serves capital by substituting the defense of the strong for the traditional protection of the weak. State power and the economy begin to merge, the state's area of domination and the national economic region coincide. The national economy is perceived as a means of state power as a means to strengthen the national economy, in spite of their overtly proclaimed separation. The process culminates in the fourth and final stage, an era of state economy, in which the private sector is determined by the state and has become a thoroughly state-dominated organization. Thus capitalist society, as Marx experienced and described it, no longer exists. Counterposing the beginning and the end of this process, one might say that laissez-faire capitalism has changed into state capitalism, or is well on the road to doing so. 9. In this, Renner had gone further than Hilferding would ever do, but the latter did return to the question of organized capitalism in 1924-6, in a series of articles in the SPD's new theoretical journal, Die Gesellschaft, which he edited. The war and its aftermath had seen a further substantial increase in industrial concentration. Hilferding argued that the newfound stability of the world economy was the permanent result of basic structural changes, and not the chance outcome of transient or fortuitous circumstances. There would be no great economic breakdown. The capitalist economy was becoming less unstable, and the impact of crises upon the working class was declining. This was the effect of planning of investments by the trusts, of deliberate counter-cyclical timing of these expenditures, and of the regulation of credit by the big banks in conjunction with the monetary authorities. Unemployment was less of a threat to the proletariat, its menace attenuated by the spread of social insurance, while scientific management techniques were increasing both the intensity of labor and the segmentation of the working class. On balance, reforms had made the workers more conservative, and given them a stake in the system, so that the economic basis for revolutionary change no longer existed. Similar views were expressed at this time by Otto Bauer, Hilferding's colleague Emile Lederer, and even by the Italian communist Antonio Gramsci. 10. A second fundamental implication of organized capitalism concerned international relations. There was no longer any compelling reason to expect renewed imperialist hostilities, Hilferding concluded, and the eco. 274. Nomic contradictions advanced by Bukharin and Lenin as the root cause of war were illusory. Hilferding identified a new realistic pacifism as the mainspring of post-war foreign policy. Both politically and ideologically, Anglo-Saxon influence had grown in the world at the expense of Germany and France. England and America both had strong interests in the prevention of war. England needed a breathing space to solve its colonial problems and to resist the demands of national liberation movements in Asia and the Near East, while the USA had become a major exporter of both commodities and capital and required peace in order to reap the benefits. Even France needed financial assistance from England and the USA, and was in no position to engage in saber-rattling. In all these countries the growth of democracy had further undermined militarism, for the voices of tens of millions of workers and peasants were raised in defense of world peace. 11. Even German capitalism appeared less bellicose than before. Chemical production was now the leading sector of German industry, Hilferding suggested, having overtaken the coal and iron industries which had dominated the economy in Bismarck's day. Wages formed a lower proportion of total costs in chemicals than in the older industries, and the interests of the capitalists were therefore less bitterly opposed to those of their workers. This had altered the international perspective of the most influential capitalists. Before the war the old heavy industries, in alliance with the big landowners, had formed a powerful coalition with the military and the imperial bureaucracy in support of an aggressive expansionism. Defeat in the war had broken Germany's military might, but she remained an economic power of the first order. Thus the urge to expansion of German capitalism must seek alternative outlets, which are found in international capitalist common interest associations of every sort. If German foreign policy had become increasingly pacific in character, it was because the perceived interests of capital had changed. German industrialists had at last adopted the cosmopolitan world outlook displayed by British capitalists long before the war, though Hilferding did not cite any authority, and carefully avoided using the term ultra-imperialism. He now shared Koskai's 1915 vision of a peaceful world cartel. 3. Finally, he pointed to a major change in the relationship between politics and the economy. No longer was a single class able to impose its control on the state. The proletariat had achieved both a measure of real political power and a consciousness of its strength. It saw the state not as an implement in the hands of its oppressors, but rather as a tool which it might itself use in its own interests. Organized capitalism had not, however, done away with the class struggle. In fact, the contradiction between the increasingly regulated nature of production and the unorganized basis of property relations was becoming ever more blatant. In order to resolve it, the economy must be subject to democratic organization in place of the existing. The revival of revisionism 275. Hierarchic forms of control. 14. By its very nature, organized capitalism lent itself to peaceful transformation through gradual legislative reform, and reform would improve the functioning of the economic system. Atomistic competition was a thing of the past, and with it the tyranny of impersonal market forces. Cartels, trusts, associations of capitalists, cooperatives, and trade unions exercised more and more power over economic life. Thus social control of the economy was already a reality. At present it was enjoyed by a handful of corporate capitalists, the 6 large Berlin banks of finance capital in the interests of their class. Once the proletariat had gained full political power, it could use these same institutions for its own ends. Hilferding thus repudiated his earlier view of the state as simply an executive organ of capitalist domination, regarding it instead as an agent of society as a whole. State policy depended on the relative power of the classes vying for control over it, he argued, and in this struggle the working class was growing stronger and stronger. 15. Under the influence of the British Guild Socialists. 16. Social democratic theorists like Fritz Naftali urged the extension of economic democracy to complement the political democracy which German workers had won in 1918. The working class must use its new political strength to build its economic power and challenge that of the continuing economic autocracy, Naftali argued. The emergence of organized capitalism, the extension of public enterprise and the significant successes of the labor movement in securing legal protection of working conditions, all demonstrated that capitalism can be bent before it is broken, while the despotism of the magnates of capital could be fought with some success. This had important strategic implications for the German working class. Although the SPD's socialist goal was unchanged, Naftali wrote, the means of attaining it must be adapted to the changed circumstances. Economic democracy was both a necessary condition for socialism and the best way of achieving it. There were several areas in which progress could be made. First and foremost was the expansion of state control over economic life, through both anti-monopoly legislation and counter-cyclical credit and public investment policy. Second came increased trade union representation in industry, via an extension of the code termination system set up in 1918, the strengthening of collective bargaining, and the fostering of trade union enterprises. Third was the further development of the social insurance network, in order to take income distribution out of the marketplace. Finally, support for consumer cooperatives and a more democratic education system was required. 18. The party's slogan should be, through democratization of the economy to socialism. 19. For his part, Karl Koskai devoted much of the 1920s to completing his encyclopedic exposition of historical materialism, which he intended as a manual of orthodox Marxism. Koski repudiated his earlier claims, advanced against Bernstein in 1899, that the capitalist mode of production 276 faced insurmountable economic limits. There was no inevitable tendency to breakdown. Economic crises had become milder and less menacing to the interests of capital, and the living standards of the working class had improved considerably. 20. The state was losing its character as an instrument of oppression, and was turning into a tool for the liberation of the exploited. Nor was increasing international tension unavoidable. Just as the introduction of universal suffrage had proved to be a powerful weapon in the hands of the German proletariat, so the League of Nations had ceased to be a creature of victorious powers and was transforming itself into a forum for international cooperation. Nationally and internationally, the old class state was changing into a workers' or social state. Almost 30 years after his break with Bernstein, Koski had thus accepted many of the principal themes of revisionism. 21. The principal theorists of organized capitalism denied that they had broken with Marxism. Throughout the later stages of his life, Rudolf Hilferding continued to regard himself as a Marxist, writing more freely on general questions of historical materialism than on narrowly economic issues. 22. Far from renouncing finance capital, when called upon for his views on political economy, he merely summarized the main themes of the book. 23. Koski also continued to proclaim his commitment to socialism, although he now stressed that its realization depended on the moral, intellectual, and political power of the working class rather than on economic breakdown. In fact, the more successful and highly developed was the capitalist economy, the stronger the proletariat and the closer socialism would be. Only if social reforms weakened class antagonism would the cause of socialism be hopeless. Koski believed that the conflict between capital and labor was intensifying, despite the profound economic changes that he acknowledged. Crises continued to recur, bringing mass unemployment and its attendant misery in their wake, while the improvement in working-class living standards lagged far behind those of their exploiters. 24. Thus the capitalists are becoming stronger and stronger economically, the proletarians politically. 25. 3. Fritz Sternberg on imperialism. Before 1929, the only serious non-communist challenge to the new orthodoxy came with the publication of Fritz Sternberg's Massive Imperialism. 26. Drawing upon, expanding and modifying the analysis of Rosa Luxemburg's accumulation of capital, Sternberg argued that the current prosperity was a transient phenomenon, and that the economic contradictions of capitalism would shortly reassert themselves with a vengeance. Revisionism, old and new, was simply an ideological. The revival of revisionism 277. Reflection of this temporary period of economic stability. The necessity for a revolutionary politics would soon become apparent. Biography of Fritz Sternberg. Born in Breslau in 1895 of Jewish parents, Sternberg studied in Frankfurt under Franz Oppenheimer before embarking on a career as an independent author and journalist. In the 1930s he belonged to the German Socialist Workers' Party, a left-wing splinter from the SPD. After exile in Switzerland and France, where he had a series of discussions with Trotsky, Sternberg emigrated to the USA in 1939 and became a U.S. citizen. He returned to Europe after the war, advocating a third way between capitalism and Soviet communism, and died in Munich in 1963. Like that of Luxemburg, Sternberg's critique centered on the simplifying assumption, frequently made by Marx, of a purely capitalist economy without peasants, artisans, and other petty commodity producers. This, Sternberg maintained, was a cardinal error, since non-capitalist production had played a crucial role from the beginnings of capitalist history. Rosa Luxemburg had been right to stress this defect in Marx's reasoning, but she did not take her criticisms far enough. All of Marx's work was subject to it, the theory of wages, of crises and revolution, as well as the analysis of reproduction. In short, to assume a pure capitalism was to eliminate the real nature of the system itself. 27 Sternberg began his attack by pointing to the requirement for a surplus population as a basic condition for the viability of capitalism. Without it no surplus labor would be performed, and no surplus value would be produced. Marx's account of the reserve army of the unemployed concentrated upon the unemployment-creating effects of mechanization, which increased the organic composition of capital and reduced the demand for living labor relative to dead labor in the production process. For Sternberg, technical progress was neither necessary nor sufficient to secure a surplus population. It was not necessary, because non-capitalist producers constituted a potential source of labor power even in the absence of technical change. And it was not sufficient, because in certain historical circumstances the labor-displacing effects of machinery could be overcompensated by the massive extension of overseas markets which it made. 278. Possible. Less living labor might be required per unit of output, but the growth of demand in non-capitalist areas of the world could so increase the quantity of output that employment would nevertheless increase. 28 Somewhat more formally, Sternberg identified 6 sources of surplus population. 2. The growth of the population, and mechanization were internal to the capitalist system, and it was these which Marx emphasized. More important, however, were the 4 exogenous elements. Of these, Marx had paid some attention to 2, the expropriation of artisan producers, and the migration of peasant farmers into the towns. But he had very largely ignored the 2 external exogenous sources of surplus population, immigration from non-capitalist areas, and the export of capital to such areas. Like mechanization, capital exports first increased employment within the industrialist capitalist countries, as more labor was needed to produce the means of production in which it was embodied. Then employment declined, as colonial production began to compete with that from the metropolis. 29 Hence overcompensation is chiefly a feature of the early stages of imperialist penetration, before the previously non-capitalist lands are assimilated into the world economy. The faster the rate of progress of capitalization are most important. Then mechanization becomes the chief supplier of labor power. Finally the external exogenous sources take over, and the imperialist era begins. Sternberg distinguishes further between early and late imperialism. In the initial stages of imperialist activity the overcompensating effects of technical progress and capital export are still powerful, while the local reservoirs of non-capitalist producers are drying up rapidly. Unemployment is thus at its lowest, and the living standards of the working class are at their highest. 31. This is the honeymoon period for the working class. It is characterized by genuine increases in real wages for most workers in all advanced capitalist countries. Revisionism, in fact, is the theory of the honeymoon period. 32 Sternberg maintains that honeymoon cannot last, since sustained and continuous increases in real wages would threaten the accumulation of capital itself. Thus capitalists seek relief outside the system. The honeymoon is brought to an end by the accelerated export of capital, which gives an international dimension to the surplus population. The wages of English. The revival of revisionism 279. Workers, for example, are no longer determined in England alone, but are affected by the possibility that English capitalism can extend itself over the whole globe, drawing on sources of labor power in colonial and semi-colonial territories. 2 central conclusions follow from this. First, without effective proletarian solidarity which might increase the living standards of colonial workers, European wages will be forced down to Asian levels. Second, imperialism cannot be seen as an accident or an avoidable policy option. It is an imminent necessity for the capitalist system as a whole. 33 Sternberg supported this assessment with a second argument, concerning the role of imperialism in permitting the realization of surplus value. Rosa Luxemburg had already demonstrated that Marx's reproduction schemes were unsatisfactory. They must be adapted, Sternberg maintained, to incorporate 2 significant features of capitalist reality, an organic composition of capital higher in Department I than in Department II, and an increasing organic composition in both departments. Neither Luxemburg, nor Otto Bauer, nor Bukharin had succeeded in extending Marx's analysis in this way. Had they done so, they would have discovered that there was necessarily an unsaleable surplus of commodities in Department 2, so that a closed capitalist system would indeed encounter serious difficulties in the realization of surplus value and would be forced to look overseas for non-capitalist customers. 34 Rosa Luxemburg's criticisms of Marx on this score were correct and justified in all essential points. But she had somewhat exaggerated the magnitude of the problem. It was not the entire accumulated surplus value which was unrealizable, but only part of it, namely the surplus of consumer goods produced by Department 2. The resulting crises would thus be less devastating than Luxemburg's analysis might lead one to expect. 35. Still, these crises are real enough, and it remains true that their finally decisive cause is the necessary disproportion between the growth of production and the growth of consumption on the basis of antagonistic relations of distribution, which however expresses itself in a very complicated way, in the disproportion in the investment expenditures of the means of production and means of consumption industries. 36 Luxemburg had been wrong, Sternberg suggested, in arguing that imperialism had always led to an intensification of the class struggle. Until 1914, during the era of early imperialism, the overcompensation effect had meant that the reverse was true: real wages had grown, social reforms had been achieved, and hostilities between capital and labor had weakened. But imperialism offered only a temporary respite in the class war, just as it represented only a limited solution to the economic contradictions of capitalist society. By assimilating larger and larger areas of territory, it was making increasingly difficult the acquisition of new non-capitalist markets, and was thereby digging its own grave. The world was entering a new cycle of economic crises, with mounting international rivalry for access to 280 shrinking markets, and growing pressure on real wages. This was most evident in Britain. 37 Only in the USA was the working class continuing to gain. Here the honeymoon period had begun later than in Europe, and the revisionists were wrong to generalize from the American experience. They had fallen into the worst error of bourgeois science, Sternberg concluded, by making absolute the specific conditions of a particular historical epoch. There was no future for revisionism in late imperialism, which was a period of deepening crises, falling living standards and renewed imperialist war. 38. For Sternberg's critics. Sternberg's imperialism is a very uneven work, impressive in its structure and range yet weak in substantive analysis. Its logical historical account of the stages of capitalist development, and its attempt to relate changes in economic and political thought to these stages, makes Sternberg's book closer to Marx's Capital than is any other work of the period. Moreover, his theory of the sources of surplus population touched upon questions which resurfaced half a century later, in the context of the deindustrialization apparently faced by advanced capitalist economies. 39 Sternberg himself did not offer any firm analytical support for his sweeping claims about the honeymoon period and the pending decline in living standards in the era of late imperialism. Marxists would subsequently argue that international wage differences gave rise to relations of unequal exchange in international trade, in which the extraction of surplus value by the rich nations blocked the industrial development of the poor regions. Others explain the wage gap itself in terms of large productivity differentials between advanced and backward countries, which restricted the latter's competitiveness in world markets. 40 All these issues were ignored in Sternberg's work. His theory of economic crisis is even less satisfactory. It rests, as Henrik Grossman was quick to observe, upon an unanalyzed schematic numerical example. 41 Sternberg was extremely critical of both Luxemburg and Otto Bauer. Unlike them, however, he made no attempt to demonstrate the truth of his statements about unsaleable surplus production by means of an exemplary scheme of expanded reproduction. Thus there is every reason to suppose that the criticisms of Rosa Luxemburg's analysis made in Chapter 6 apply equally to Sternberg's crisis theory. In her review of imperialism in the Theoretical Journal of the Austrian Socialist Party, Otto Bauer's wife, Helene, made precisely this point, and accused Sternberg of overlooking the role played by credit in the circulation process of advanced capitalist economies. The extension of credit from one department to another made it possible to overcome disproportionalities, Bauer argued. Sternberg's argue. The revival of revisionism 281. Meant applied, if at all, only to a relatively primitive stage of capitalism, in which credit had yet to emerge. 42. Bauer's review had an independent significance, in its repudiation of any narrowly economic theory of imperialism. International trade was an expression of the social division of labor, she insisted, and not an unmistakable sign of economic contradictions. Since imports had to be paid for by their recipients, the growth of exports offered no solution to realization problems, and Britain was actually a net importer. Political factors were of great importance in understanding imperialist rivalries. The fact that the World War resulted from the crimes and indiscretions of the military cliques, from the dynastic interests of the Habsburgs, from the prestige politics of the Romanovs, all this cannot easily be reconciled with the usual primitive form of the materialist conception of history, which investigates economic interests rather than socio-economic conditions. In alliance with feudalism, capitalism can be warlike, does seek war, and does raise its profit rate through war. But it can also be peaceful. 43. It may profit more from international cartels, and from the protection offered by state export credit guarantees, than from any military umbrella. In short, imperialism neither offered a cure for economic crises nor signified the decline of the capitalist system into inescapable barbarism. More than anything else, imperialist rivalry was a convenient mystification behind which the ruling class sought to hide from the workers the realities of the class struggle at home. 44. An assessment. The main thrust of Helene Bauer's attack cannot be resisted. Sternberg's economic arguments were simply not strong enough to justify his apocalyptic conclusions. But neither she nor other revisionists had anything to offer by way of hard analysis to support her claims. 45. It was one thing to reveal the obscurities and inadequacies of Sternberg and Luxemburg, and to show that credit offered the possibility of realizing surplus value without either imperialism or crises of disproportionality between the departments. It was quite another to demonstrate that credit made smooth, sustained and profitable growth at all likely in the longer run. There was no difficulty in pointing to lacunae in the theory of aggressive economic nationalism, or uncovering pacifistic tendencies among Anglo-Saxon industrialists and politicians. To show that the economic motives 282 for war had faded away was altogether a harder task. Neither Hilferding, nor Koski, nor Helene Bauer offered a convincing rebuttal of the Leninist claims concerning the necessary connection between capitalist rivalry and war. In a sense, their revisionism did not go far enough. There were qualities in Marxism itself which allowed revisionism to take hold on such a superficial basis. Those features of capitalism which Hilferding emphasized in Finance Capital now seem to be due, in large part, to the industrialization of Germany under relatively backward conditions, rather than representing a higher stage of development. They were the product of a late start. 46. Thus Sternberg was correct in accusing the revisionists of making absolute the specific conditions of a particular historical epoch. But other Marxists made exactly the same mistake. Even the most sophisticated historical materialists had hitherto accepted a unidirectional theory of history, which made it difficult to distinguish universal patterns of development from specific transient forms. 47. Bukharin claimed that the concept of organized capitalism was a contradictory one, since capitalism was anarchic by its very nature. Competition, he argued, had simply been displaced from the national to the international arena, leaving the world economy no more unified than before and the prospect of harmonious and peaceful capital accumulation as remote as ever. Similar criticisms were common from both orthodox communists and independent Marxist writers. 48. But classical Marxism provided little basis for denying the possibility of an organized international capitalist economy. In his main economic works, Marx abstracted from the division of capitalism into separate and competing territorial states. He offered a model of capitalism, not capitalisms. His theory of the state referred only to its internal domain, neglecting its relations with other states and supplying no analysis of the international relations of a system of states. Reinforcing this omission was the Marxist belief in the internationalism of class interests. Workers of all countries unite, the slogan claimed proletarian chauvinism to be a thing of the past, and by implication made out bourgeois nationalism to be no less archaic. This was a serious, if very common, mistake. By comparison with more orthodox Marxism, the new revisionists did not take an especially harmonistic view of capitalist society. Their political strategy remained anchored to the class struggle, without which the evolution to socialism would be impossible. Indeed, Hilferding came close to describing Germany in the 1920s as in a state of dual power. This was evidently false. More important, however, was his belief that socialism could be attained peacefully through the established framework of democratic institutions. Marx himself had tended towards the view that liberal democracy was the political superstructure most appropriate to a capitalist economic base, and until Lenin's April theses in 1917 even the Bolsheviks. The revival of revisionism 283 had concurred, basing their whole revolutionary strategy against Russian absolutism on this foundation. 49 Just how wrong the revisionists of the 1920s were would be very quickly revealed. The Great Depression, the Nazi seizure of power and the renewal of imperialist warfare were their most effective critics. But their errors were deeply rooted in the corpus of Marxist theory and were not a specifically German, or social democratic, aberration. In some respects, indeed, the revisionist analysis proved more convincing than that of orthodoxy. Helene Bauer's neo-Schumpeterian recognition that atavistic pre-capitalist ideas bore a major responsibility for imperialist aggression is now widely accepted. 50 Where the revisionists went wrong was in supposing that the political reconstruction of Europe after 1918 had eradicated them, and in exaggerating the permanency of the post-war economic stabilization. Socialism was not to be achieved gradually through peaceful and piecemeal reform. As with Bernstein and his colleagues in the 1890s, the revisionists of the 1920s had succumbed to wishful thinking. 15. The transition to socialism. Communist Economics, 1917-29. The October Revolution opened up a new chapter in Marxian political economy. The transition to socialism was placed on the agenda as a practical issue. Since there was little guidance to be found in the writings of either Marx and Engels, or in the work of the theorists of the Second International, Bolshevik thinkers were forced to develop an economics indicating how this could be accomplished. Innovation would have proved necessary in any event because the seizure of power had occurred on the periphery of world capitalism. As the Russian Revolution was in a sense a revolution against Kapitov, even the sparse Marxian heritage on the transition question was of limited relevance. Many of the revolutionaries were of course fully aware of the problems and justified their actions by a novel interpretation of their epoch. This was bluntly restated by Trotsky in the mid-1920s. If world capitalism should find a new dynamic equilibrium, this would mean that we were mistaken in our fundamental historical judgments. It would mean that capitalism had not yet exhausted its historic mission and that does not constitute a phase of capitalist disintegration. In consequence, the Russian Revolution would have to be regarded as premature, and the transition to socialism doomed to failure. 2. That there was in all probability no socialist resolution of the difficulties facing the Bolsheviks after 1917 is perhaps the most important consideration pertinent to an understanding of the theoretical instabilities and conflicts that characterized communist economics. The revolutionary regime had inherited an economic catastrophe. With 1/3 of the adult male population mobilized after 1914, the backward Russian economy had 286. 287. Already proved extremely vulnerable to sustain total warfare. The revolution and civil war were even more devastating. With 1913 equals 100, industrial output had fallen to 75 by 1917 and 31 by 1921, while agricultural production declined to 90 in 1917 and 64 years later. Foreign trade virtually ceased altogether under the blockade maintained during the Civil War by Western capitalist states. Subsequent recovery was very fast, the industrial and agrarian indices rising to 133 and 125 respectively by 1928. Taking the period 1913 to 28 as a whole, however, Russia fell still further behind the West. Output grew at the very low rate of 0.8% per annum, compared with 2.5% between 1870 and 1913, while the population, which had grown at an annual rate of 0.9% in the earlier period, decelerated to a mere 0.3% per annum after 1913. Prior to 1929, three distinct stages can be identified in the economic history of the Soviet Union, and each produced its own theories of transition. The first 8 months after the revolution were marked by a widening gulf between de jure and de facto economic relations. The peasants seized the land and redistributed it on traditional communal principles, rendering redundant the formal nationalization decreed by the new state as well as reducing the previous degree of internal differentiation and lowering productivity. There were very few industrial nationalizations, and most of those were the result of spontaneous local action. In addition, workers' control was inaugurated, in which private capitalists were subjected to supervision by factory committees and local Bolshevik officials. Lenin defended the system against his left-wing critics, describing it rather confusingly, given the pre-revolutionary use of the term as state capitalism, and regarding it as the principal mode for the transition, at least in its earliest stage. After June 1918, the onset of civil war provoked an immediate wave of nationalizations and the imposition of a siege economy. Attempts were made to requisition the entire agricultural surplus, leaving the peasants enough only for seed and for bare subsistence. Industrial products were allocated directly without the mediation of money, wages were paid in kind, and military discipline was imposed upon the urban labor force. Eventually, charges were abolished for public utilities, housing, rail travel, and the basic food ration. Economic administration was centralized to a hitherto unprecedented degree, and characterized by expropriations, terror, and arbitrariness. Bolshevik theorists now took this as definitive of the appropriate transition to socialism. Early in 1921, the replacement of peasant requisitions by a new tax on agricultural output heralded the third stage, that of the new economic policy. The peasants recovered their right to trade in the residual agricultural surplus, and to hire wage labor. They would sell grain only to buy manufactured products, so that NEP implied the restoration of market transactions between agriculture and industry. Rich peasants, the notori. 288. Us kulaks did well out of the system, and a new petit bourgeois class of NEP men emerged to take advantage of the opportunities for profitable retail trade. While the commanding heights of the economy, banking, large-scale industry, and foreign trade remained in state ownership and subject to the dictates of direct government regulation, inputs were bought and outputs sold for money, and private enterprise was again permitted for artisans and owners of small workshops. Thus NEP allowed substantial scope for both central planning and the market. Lenin regarded it as a transitional mixed system. It was mixed, since there were elements of socialism, simple commodity production, and socialism. It was transitional because it was inherently unstable, and would end either in the restoration of capitalism or in the achievement of a fully socialized economy. During this stage, it was widely believed that the transition would have to be achieved through a gradual transcendence of market forms as the state sector increased its economic weight. However, there were major differences between theorists as to how this could be accomplished. The critical problem under NEP was the relationship between town and country. 3/4 of the population were peasants, and industrial expansion required the transfer to urban areas of a large part of the agricultural surplus. With the ending of war, communism, this had to be attained voluntarily by inducing the peasants to place sufficient grain on the market, which required the availability of manufactured commodities at attractive prices. but an industrial goods famine characterized the whole period of the NEP, and repeatedly the relative prices of agricultural and industrial products were sources of acute tension, as in the scissors crisis of 1923, when industrial prices rose sharply and gave rise to fears of a severe shortage of grain as the peasants held back from marketing their output. The price scissors were soon closed, but by the end of the decade the problems of NEP were becoming increasingly apparent. The grain crisis of 1928, when agricultural sales fell massively short of requirements, proved to be the final straw. Measures reminiscent of war communism were implemented, and after 1929 they culminated in Stalin's revolution from above. For this chapter concentrates upon the theories of transition produced in each of these periods. The first decade of Bolshevik power was, however, associated with fertile theoretical developments on a much broader front. The study of Marxian intellectual history blossomed under the supervision of David Ryzanov in the newly formed Marx-Engels Institute. 5. A Marxian mathematical economics began to germinate. Planning was for the first time treated seriously by Marxists. 6. And an embryonic version of dependency theory emerged as part of the process in which revolutionary Marxism moved its focus to the East. 7. Soviet historians researched further into the Asiatic dimension of historical materialism. 8. Statisticians like Kondratiev developed stimulating ideas on the cyclical nature of capitalist growth. 9. And 289. Even neopopulism sought to make its contribution to resolving the problems of a socialist transformation of agriculture. 10. It was nonetheless the transition issue which absorbed the energies of the major thinkers. There were a variety of theories. In part this was a function of the nature of Marxism, which, by attributing a logic to history, generated a tendency to see the problem as one in which social engineering was highly constrained. Once in power, it was thought, the proletariat as the ruling class would necessarily follow a path culminating in socialism. In other words, the transition would have a law-like character in which theory might trail behind practice without becoming purely passive or an apology for its less admirable features. This helps to explain why theorists like Bukharin and Preobrazhensky, each of whom adhered to markedly different views during a very short period of time as they sought to come to terms with fundamental changes in the forms of economic development, neither fell into scepticism nor lacked a devoted following. Theoretical work, no less than historical transformations, could claim a dialectical quality. Nevertheless, the complexity of intellectual life after the revolution is not simply a matter of theorists dramatically shifting position. Heated controversies characterized each phase. The absence of an established transitional economics is relevant here, as is the fact that the properties of socialism had never been well defined. 11. Thus there was room for wide differences of view as to what constituted the ultimate goal, embryonic signs of which should presumably be observable during the transition. Bolshevism both simplified and complicated the matter. With the party seen as vanguard of the class and the repository of proletarian interests, its dominance also became a criterion of healthy progress. In fact, by the early 1920s the preservation of the Bolsheviks' political monopoly had become the principal prop sustaining belief in the continued existence of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Trotsky's allegation of 1904, in which he claimed that the logic of Bolshevism entailed substituting the party for the class, had been vindicated, although Trotsky himself now repudiated the charge. 12. On the importance of maintaining the Bolshevik dictatorship virtually all party members agreed, but the isolation of the revolution and its petit bourgeois encirclement by the peasantry reinforced doubts as to the possibility of holding back counter-revolutionary forces. However, these anxieties were transformed by events. Once the regime had preserved power through victory in a bitterly fought civil war, the prospect of losing it through military defeat receded. Instead, each faction within the party looked with suspicion upon the others. There were good reasons for the mutual mistrust. Denied alternative expression, non-proletarian class interests could find representation only through the Bolshevik Party. Trotsky articulated a pervasive sentiment when he wrote that neither classes nor parties can be judged by what they say. This fully applies to groups within a political party as well. Why it was 290. Possible to backslide into Thermidorian positions even with the banner of communism in one's hands. Herein lies the diabolical trickiness of history. 14. Thus theoretical differences took on the menacing characteristics of counter-revolutionary class antagonisms. This was reinforced by the fact that each faction recognized how precarious the dictatorship of the party actually was. While few Bolsheviks believed the situation to be utterly unsustainable, the leading theorists did consider that their survival was on a knife edge. Room for maneuver was distinctly limited, and the programs of other factions appeared to threaten the very possibility of successful transition. In this environment, the legitimate bounds of party discipline came to be interpreted ever more rigidly by the dominant group, and the constraints were experienced ever more oppressively by successive opposition factions. 15. The death of Lenin in January 1924 exacerbated the conflicts, for they became fused with the struggle for the succession. This led to his deification and the elevation of his writings to a Talmudic status, which some of the more original theorists like Preobrazhensky and Trotsky found difficult to accommodate. It did, however, reflect the transformation of the Bolshevik Party into a large bureaucratic apparatus, capable of administering a modern state but also able to accept a cruder form of consciousness. 16. Two-state capitalism and the commune state as a model of transition. Immediately after the October Revolution, the Bolshevik government sought to implement the ideas of Lenin as they had crystallized during 1917. Authority derived from the Soviets was used to issue decrees legitimizing peasant seizures of land, sanctioning workers' control of industry and nationalizing those elements of the urban economy thought to be essential in making state policy effective. Peace negotiations with the German government were opened, Tsarist debts repudiated, and preliminary work begun to found a new communist international. Lenin took the view that the initial phase of the transition to socialism could be undertaken through a combination of state capitalist organization and the commune state. Private capitalists and bourgeois specialists were to operate as before, but now under the direction and scrutiny of proletarian political power. Lenin thought that this would be sufficient to re-establish production and distribution until international revolution provided an environment in which more systematic progress towards socialist construction could be undertaken. 17. There were here a number of presuppositions without which this made no sense. Lenin had been adamant during the earlier part of 1917 that a definite seizure of power on a program popular with the revolutionary masses would eliminate the 291 possibility of an extended civil war. At the same time, he maintained, democratization would revitalize the economy and the armed forces sufficiently to resist German imperialism and fight revolutionary wars should this prove necessary. These beliefs were quickly falsified by events, and the form of transition dependent upon them was simultaneously undermined. The revolution further disrupted both the economy and the armed forces. Depopulation of the cities and desertion from the army continued under the pressure of insufficient food supplies and the prospects of gaining land from the expropriated estates. The Bolshevik government was thus compelled to capitulate to Germany in the punitive peace treaty of Brest-Litovsk. The chaos resulting in the implementation of workers' control was not reversed by ratifying the exercise of local initiative. This had a direct and adverse impact upon the state capitalist model of transition, by both undermining overall coordination and extending the suppression of private capitalists beyond the measures thought expedient by the Bolshevik leadership. By March 1918 Lenin was rapidly backpedaling, and the subordination of autonomous working-class organizations to hierarchical control in the name of economic necessity soon took over from the theories enunciated in the State and Revolution. 18. The regime's tenuous hold on power also rendered it ill-equipped to secure cooperation from private capitalists or established bureaucracies. The growth of counter-revolution during 1918 led many of the personnel on whom Lenin's scheme depended to flee from proletarian strongholds. With the outbreak of civil war in the middle of 1918, the Bolsheviks were forced into extensive nationalization as a security measure. 19. Simultaneously, the alliance with the peasantry became strained as the regime resorted to coercion in requisitioning food supplies for the cities and Red Army. 20. All this pointed to serious miscalculations and internal contradictions within Lenin's revolutionary strategy of 1917. In particular, his state capitalist model for the transition proved incompatible with the dynamics of the class struggle. Lenin faced criticism in the party on precisely this ground. The left, at this stage including Bukharin, called for more radical measures and greeted the development of war communist policies with enthusiasm. They recognized that this course of action had been forced upon the regime by events, but, since it was viewed as inherent in the logic of revolution, the left saw the radicalization of economic policy during 1918 as an inevitable feature of the transition to socialism. Bukharin's ideas proved infectious. By 1920 he had systematized them in the economics of the transformation period, and all leading Bolsheviks seemed to have accepted their general validity. 21. Nevertheless, Bukharin too made compromises. The fully democratized commune state to which he had hitherto been committed gave way to a notion of a centralist dictatorship of the party, albeit camouflaged as proletarian self-discipline. 22. 3. War communism as a direct transition to socialism. The policy operative for nearly 3 years beginning in the middle of 1918, and known by the name of war communism, represented a crude form of a command economy. Virtually all industry was nationalist, resources were allocated administratively rather than through the market, private trade was suppressed, and monetary relations were largely eliminated. Agricultural products were seized from the peasants by detachments of the Cheka and Red Army and distributed freely to industry and as consumption rations to designated groups. Democracy within the Soviets was effectively repressed, discipline was heightened in the party, and the Red Terror was launched against counter-revolutionaries including anarchist and social revolutionary groups who had supported the October Revolution but resisted the development of the Bolshevik Party's dictatorship. 23. Bukharin's economic theory of the transformation period was war communism's most sophisticated theoretical expression. Its central argument was that authoritarianism was a necessary, and therefore universally relevant, paradigm for the socialist transition. 24. Representing both the dictatorship of the proletariat and a form of state socialism, it was modern capitalism turned upside down. 25. The structures of state capitalism which according to Bukharin had brought the revolution were to be reorganized under proletarian political control. Since this represented a new class dictatorship, compulsion and terror were inevitably employed against hostile groups. And on Bukharin's argument, a democratic organization of the proletariat was also inappropriate. Although it would eventually emerge in a new form, with the subsequent withering away of the state, centralization was essential during the proletarian dictatorship itself for a victorious conclusion to the civil war. Nevertheless, according to Bukharin, the political structure of the transformation period was one of real democracy. Voluntary self-discipline of the proletariat, led by the party, was the most perfect manifestation of its class rule. 26. Bukharin reasserted the positions of both imperialism and world economy and the economic theory of the leisure class, and coined the term of negative extended reproduction to depict the crisis of contemporary capitalism. Statification of economic life, militarism, and warfare, he held, generated extended reproduction in a contractionary direction. Unproductive utilization of resources reached a scale that precluded positive economic growth and brought the collapse from which revolution on a world scale would emerge. But the establishment of 293. Proletarian dominance also prolonged negative reproduction into the post-capitalist era. Itself the product of economic collapse, the revolution would initially deepen it as counter-revolutionary forces were crusaded. Bukharin further argued that the dictatorship of the proletariat, founded as it was on state control and coercion, had escaped from the domain of economic laws. Political economy, understood in its specifically Marxian sense, applied only to systems of commodity production. In overthrowing capitalism, the proletariat also overthrew economics. By this, Bukharin did not claim that the leap from necessity to freedom was complete. Determinism, not voluntarism, still ruled, but it represented a conscious prosecution of the proletariat's class interest. After all, this was but another expression of the epochal transformation represented by the socialist revolution, and the fact that disciplined organization and coercion were the order of the day. Z.S. Bukharin imagined that, with a successful conclusion to the Civil War, modifications in the framework of war communism would occur, but he saw no need for a fundamental restructuring. The centralist proletarian state led by the vanguard party would persist with a system of administratively organized transactions between town and country, replacing forcible confiscation as the productive capacity of industry was restored. 29. It was because negative reproduction was necessarily concentrated in the more interconnected urban economy, and because the petit bourgeois structure of agrarian production precluded effective nationalization, that the coercive appropriation of peasant surpluses was initially required. 30. Ultimately the rural economy would be socialized, class divisions fade, inequalities decline and the state wither away as participatory democracy and a harmoniously planned economy became established, although Bukharin never specified exactly how all this would occur. 31. As well as brilliantly rationalizing necessities of survival, Bukharin's economics had a political purpose. It sought to counter criticisms made by Western anarchists and social democrats of the party dictatorship and its methods of rule, by elevating both to the status of phenomena inevitable in any successful proletarian revolution. 32. In this sense Bukharin's book complements Lenin's The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Koskay, as well as Trotsky's Terrorism and Communism. 33. And it partially explains why the leading Bolsheviks never wholly repudiated Bukharin's theory of the transformation period. In subsequent years, after the new economic policy had become established, they all continued to recognize the expediency of war communist measures and, moreover, to regard them as an essential part of the overall transition process. Trotsky even claimed that, had the revolution been extended internationally, the retreat in 1921 would have proved unnecessary. 34. And Preobrazhensky recognized that war communist measures provided the foundation upon which the new economic policy became an 294 avenue for the transition. 35. Insofar as Stalin's second revolution of the early 1930s may be said to have had a prior theoretical basis, it lay as much in Bukharin's economics as anything else. Moreover, many of the book's key ideas continued to inform its author's very different paradigm of transition in the 1920s. The primacy of the state, the unity which this gave to diverse forms of economic structure, the leading role of the party, the need for self-discipline in the working class, and the ultimate objective of the total replacement of market relations, all were embedded in Bukharin's subsequent work. He and other theorists were reasonably candid as to why war communism ultimately proved unsustainable. 36. Its contradiction was an inverted form of that which had wrecked Lenin's state capitalist program. While the latter had succumbed to the pressure of the class struggle, war communism collapsed because it ignored the needs for class collaboration. During the Civil War, when restoration of the ancien regime remained a distinct possibility, coercion of the peasantry brought from them no concerted resistance because a Bolshevik defeat would mean the return of the landlords. But as victory over the whites became ever more secure during 1920, peasant opposition to the Bolsheviks became increasingly apparent. War communism was not however abandoned immediately the Civil War ended, which reveals how committed to this mode of transition the leadership had become. Not until March 1921 did Lenin finally conclude that either economic policy had fundamentally to change or there would be a forcible overthrow of his government. For the political economy of the Smykha, Bukharin's theory of indirect transition. The socio-economic collapse in Russia between 1914 and 1921 has no parallel in modern history. The impression of H. G. Wells in 1921 was one of irreparable breakdown. In addition to the contraction of output, Russian cities had been massively depopulated, wartime casualties were easily the largest of all the belligerent powers, and widespread famine was imminent. Proletarian institutions other than the party had been drained of real power and the working class had been virtually destroyed in the process of defeating counter-revolution. 37 By March 1921 Lenin had concluded that both continued survival of the Bolshevik dictatorship and economic revival required a retreat from the war communist path of transition. 38 But he hoped that NEP would incorporate a modified state capitalist mode of advance reminiscent of the immediate post-revolutionary period. He tried to encourage foreign capital to participate in joint ventures with the Soviet 295 state, and he sought to normalize diplomatic relations, while urging communists to learn to trade. 39 None of this represented a coherent model for anything more than a material economic recovery. It also had restorationist features which the left in the party found distinctly threatening. Moreover, in the latter part of 1922 and 1923 Lenin himself grew increasingly disturbed by the regime's bureaucratism and the replication of the administrative abuses which had characterized Tsarism. In conditions of continued isolation and petit bourgeois encirclement he came to see the main hope for a socialist future in idealism, through the preservation of a party elite devoted to communist values. 40 At the same time, however, he hinted that real economic progress towards socialism might be accomplished under NEP, and that the retreat turned into an advance by securing a proletarian-peasant alliance, in which the proletariat could be rejuvenated by industrial progress and the peasantry transformed through the development of cooperatives. 41. It was on this basis that, after 1923, Bukharin proposed his second model of transition. 42 In contrast with his economics of 1920, Bukharin now advocated the attainment of socialism by a circuitous route, dependent on the growth of non-socialist forms. 43 In consequence his new scheme was to come under intense criticism from the left opposition, but it held sway as orthodox Leninism within the ruling factions of the party for several years after 1923. Bukharin's NEP model did not however represent a complete break with the economics of the transformation period. Both rested upon an acceptance of Bolshevik vanguardism during the transition, each was defended on the same interpretation of historical materialism, in which dialectics became virtually equivalent to the functionalist equilibrium perspective of modern sociology, and many of the substantive arguments which Bukharin had made in 1920 found new expression in his revised thinking on transition. 44. The long-term goal also remained unchanged, a fully socialized economy, including agriculture and the elimination of market relations. Bukharin was never a market socialist in the modern sense. 45 Thus he did not wholly repudiate his earlier scheme, arguing that in the circumstances it had represented the appropriate policy. The major difference, in Bukharin's view, was that circumstances had changed. 46 Under NEP, he argued, progress towards socialism depended upon two principal factors, the expansion of large-scale industry and the development of cooperatives. 47 In themselves these arguments were relatively uncontroversial. By this time virtually all Bolsheviks presumed that the development of the state sector was synonymous with the expansion of socialist relations, and no one denied that cooperatives could both undermine peasant individualism and squeeze out private capital from trading activities. 48. Bukharin was most heavily criticized on the question of how 296. Industry could expand and why cooperation was considered a sufficiently powerful force to socialize agriculture. State industry, Bukharin claimed, depended upon the growth of peasant demand, which was ultimately a market for consumption goods. 49. In this connection he attacked Tagan Baranovsky's treatment of expanded reproduction, in which consumption demand was irrelevant, and revealed the influence of the Austrian marginalism which he had attacked in the economic theory of the leisure class. 5 degrees cooperatives, Bukharin admitted, had in the past been correctly interpreted as organizations which aided the development of capitalism. But the dictatorship of the proletariat necessarily changed their character. Just as a petit bourgeois agriculture had been incorporated into modern capitalism through the imperialist state, so its proletarian counterpart integrated Russian agrarian relations into a developing socialist complex. This would be further assisted by the encouragement of cooperatives, irrespective of whether they covered production activities or were limited to circulation. Thus for Bukharin politics remained the crucial variable, as it had been in both imperialism and the world economy and the economics. 51. Consequently there was a basis for a long-term smikha between the proletariat and peasantry, he argued, but it was a delicate matter. Any attempt artificially to accelerate the growth of industry would disrupt the proportionality of the economy, generate a sales crisis in the state sector and, by requiring increased resources from agriculture, threaten the political alliance between workers and peasants. Realism required that the party recognize that Soviet socialism was backward, and further progress would have to be at a snail's pace. However, for Bukharin this was not a matter of Russian exceptionalism. Domestic circumstances reflected the overall structure of the global economy. The class composition of the world as a whole was predominantly petit bourgeois, but was nonetheless ripe for socialist transformation for the same reasons outlined in imperialism and the world economy. As revolution spread, Bukharin argued, Russian circumstances would be duplicated and the smikha of proletariat and peasantry would become generally relevant. 5.2 Furthermore, the negative reproduction necessarily associated with imperialist wars and revolutionary civil war would produce an economic collapse analogous to that in Russia at the beginning of NEP. Thus even for advanced nations the transition to socialism would have to be indirect. 53. It had also been a mistake, Bukharin continued, to believe that the socialist revolution was formally analogous to the bourgeois revolutions. Unlike the bourgeoisie in feudal society, the proletariat was a deprived class, it could only begin its own cultural development after overthrowing capitalism. 54 This further reinforced the need for communist parties to be organized on highly centralist Leninist principles, a point. 297. Which had already proved itself in practice for all Bolsheviks. Again, then, Bukharin gave his understanding of the Russian transition to socialism on the basis of the NEPA paradigmatic significance, just as the economics remained of general relevance in conditions of civil war. 5.5. V. Soviet views of the West and the transition question. At this point it is necessary to make a slight digression to consider Soviet views on the prospects for the world capitalist economy. This was a question of great significance for the transition debate, since continued instability in the West held out both hope and potential danger for the revolution. Hope, because without it the chances of socialist revolution in the advanced capitalist countries were slim. Danger, because economic adversity and intensified imperialist rivalry raised the specter of renewed military aggression against the Soviet state. Sometimes views of the West involved a more complex perspective, as we will see in section 8 below, but this was the essence of the matter. Communist analysis of these issues was, however, actually rather unimpressive. This is surprising in view not only of their vital importance but also of the array of intellectual talent which was now concentrated in Moscow. In addition to the Bolsheviks on whom this chapter focuses, Bukharin, Preobrazhensky, Trotsky and for a time Lenin, there were many brilliant Menshevik and neo-populist economists like Kondratiev, Faulkner, and Chayanov, who remained free to work and publish throughout the 1920s. 56. There seem to have been two reasons for their failure to produce an adequate assessment of world capitalism. First, they were all preoccupied with the problems of domestic economic development. It is easy to understand why energies should have been concentrated on the new and exciting questions of social transformation, economic growth, and socialist planning, rather than on investigating the contradictions of what was thought of as an ultimately doomed social order. Second was the increasingly heavy weight of Leninist orthodoxy in the 1920s, which progressively discouraged any original thinking which appeared to conflict with what official Bolshevism claimed to be Lenin's own ideas. Thus Kondratiev's celebrated theory of long waves, for example, was dismissed as heretical nonsense by both the ruling factions of the party and the left opposition. 5.7 Similar factors inhibited creative thought by communists outside the Soviet Union. The dogmatic authoritarianism of the German party, to take one example, repelled otherwise sympathetic Marxists like Fritz Sternberg and Henrik Grossmann, and there was in the 1920s no one of comparable stature in the communist movements of France, Italy, or the USA. The British Party was more fortunate, having the young and extremely able Maurice Daub among its 298 members. But Daub, too, was fascinated by the internal economic problems of Soviet socialism, and left detailed dissection of contemporary capitalism to less gifted comrades like the Anglo-Indian R. Palmatude. 58 By far the most influential of all the non-Russian economists who studied international capitalism in the 1920s was the Moscow-based Hungarian exile Eugen Varga, an original if unpenetrating thinker whose dominance was achieved largely by default. 59 In the early 1920s Varga made much of the temporary stabilization of capitalism, which in practice amounted to little more than a recognition that the world economy had recovered from the deep slump of 1920-1 and that the Dawes Plan was limiting the damage done by the reparations crisis. Varga later argued that the recovery would be short-lived, because industrial rationalization was increasing the organic composition of capital, reducing employment and workers' consumption, and leading inexorably to a further crisis. 60 In the light of what happened after 1929 this must be regarded as remarkably prescient, but it was very loosely argued and open to all the traditional Marxian objections to underconsumptionism. In general the communist position on underconsumption was characterized by distinct uneasiness, as can be seen from the inconsistencies of party texts on the issue. 61 In the absence of any model of a falling rate of profit, however, Bolshevik economists could offer no better theory of capitalist crisis. To return to Bukharin, he was the only important communist theoretician to take seriously the possibility of a long-run stabilization of capitalism, which was indeed an essential precondition for the success of his gradualist conception of Soviet industrialization under NEP. 62. But he was not consistent in this stance. 63. And his argument hinged upon the notion of organized capitalism, which was both tainted by association with social democratic enemies of the revolution like Hilferding and Koskay and analytically defective. It was easy for Bukharin's enemies in the party after 1929 to discredit him on both counts. By that time Bukharin's ideas on the transition to socialism had been rejected by Stalinists for domestic reasons. But there was an international dimension to this too. After 1926, when Soviet diplomacy and Comintern policy experienced several significant setbacks, the fear of a military attack on Russia in the near future increased. Consequently, a greater emphasis was placed on the need for faster industrialization, and there was considerable pressure upon theorists to adjust their thinking about the West. 64 Stalin's shift away from Bukharin's ideas after 1926, and more especially his clear break with them in 1928, is frequently described as a left turn. This is apt in that Stalin's ideas were moving closer to some of those held by the left opposition, whose leading theorists were Trotsky and Preobrazhensky. 299. 6 Primitive socialist accumulation, Preobrazhensky's theory of transition for a dual economy. The left opposition saw Bukharin's new theory of transition, outlined in section 4 above, as a form of revisionism which was both economically erroneous and politically dangerous. Trotsky best articulated the left's overall critique, but its most original economist was Yevgeny Preobrazhensky. 65. Biography of E. A. Preobrazhensky. Yevgeny Alexeyevich Preobrazhensky was born in 1886, the son of a priest, in the province of Orel. He joined the Social Democrats in 1903 and allied with Lenin in the party split of the same year. Although active in the revolutionary movement and holding important party positions, as well as suffering arrest and internal exile, he did not become intellectually prominent until he co-authored the ABC of Communism in 1919. During the 1920s he became the leading economic theorist of the left opposition headed by Trotsky. Together with other oppositionists, he was expelled from the party in 1927 and went into internal exile in 1928. In 1929 he was readmitted to the party, although expelled again in 1931, and finally executed without trial in 1937 as part of Stalin's purges. Preobrazhensky, like Bukharin, had been a fervent supporter of war communism in the years immediately following the revolution. But in the early 1920s he too accepted that it could not after all constitute a long-term model for the transition. 66 No less than Bukharin he became committed to NEP, and to the belief that it constituted a general paradigm for socialist construction. However, his theoretical focus was significantly different from Bukharin's, and he gave much more attention to the concrete circumstances prevailing in the post-revolutionary economy. For Preobrazhensky, expansion of the state sector was the key variable in the growth of socialism, above all its rate of development relative to the non-state economy which was dominated by bourgeois and petit bourgeois relations. October 1917 had been a dual revolution. As Trotsky put it, 300. In order to realize the Soviet state, there was required a drawing together and mutual penetration of two factors belonging to completely different historic species, a peasant war that is a movement characteristic of the dawn of bourgeois development, and a proletarian insurrection, the movement signalising its decline. That is the essence of 1917. 68. While Preobrazhensky accepted that it was possible to form an alliance between the proletariat and the poorer peasantry, he believed it would be successful only through increasing the strength of the proletariat and curtailing the influence of kulaks and NEP men. Both vied for hegemony over the peasant masses. Nor was it just a question of domestic forces working for the restoration of Russian capitalism. The world economy also represented a grave danger. Soviet industry was inefficient, kept in operation only by the foreign trade monopoly and under continual pressure from the capitalist world market. External bourgeois forces could join with the emerging Russian bourgeoisie to form a smykha with the peasants against the dictatorship of the proletariat. 69. State industry must therefore predominate in economic growth, Preobrazhensky argued. This would directly increase the strength of socialist relations, and have the same effect indirectly by providing resources for the collectivization of agriculture. Cooperatives could aid the process, but there was no real substitute for the transformation of production relations. That was the logic of historical materialism. 70. Here lay the nub of the economic problem. What Bukharin regarded as socialist accumulation, that is, reliance upon the internally generated surplus of the state sector. 71. Could not possibly provide sufficient resources for industrial development at the rate required. Drawing an analogy with Marx's analysis of the origin of capitalism, Preobrazhensky argued for a primitive socialist accumulation. The resources for the expansion of socialist accumulation had also to be extracted from the non-socialist economy. In the circumstances this meant they had to come predominantly from the peasant sector. 72. Hence exchange between industry and agriculture could not follow the law of value any more than could trade between the Soviet economy and world capitalism. Internally, there had to be non-equivalent exchange for the benefit of the state sector's primitive socialist accumulation. 73. External economic relations had to be channeled through the foreign trade monopoly and, again, placed at the service of primitive socialist accumulation. Preobrazhensky always talked in terms of the law of primitive socialist accumulation because he saw the Russian Revolution as having no alternative to this growth strategy if it was to endure. The law of primitive socialist accumulation was in constant tension with the law of value. Both laws were in fact abstract expressions of radically different modes of production. Internal and external capitalist forces pressed for equivalent exchange and 301. Freer international trade, while the survival of socialism necessitated the suspension of both. 74. In this conflict, Soviet industry had one significant advantage. Although it was currently less efficient than that of modern capitalism, Preobrazhensky believed it to be organizationally privileged. Existing socialist relations allowed a planned coordination of the different branches of the state economy, and between socialist industry, the private domestic economy and the world market. Economic planning was the trump card of the proletarian dictatorship. if it were properly played, there was in principle no reason why socialism in Russia might not move ahead. 75 Subsequently, when he came to examine the concrete conditions prevailing in the Soviet Union during the second half of the 1920s, as he put it, providing the arithmetic for the algebra of primitive socialist accumulation, 76, Preobrazhensky became significantly more pessimistic. Here he proved himself to be a much better economist than either Bukharin or Trotsky, who tended to confine their polemics to the level of theoretical generalizations. Preobrazhensky coupled his empirical work to a brilliant conceptual extension of Marx's schemes of reproduction. 77 Deeply impressed by Rosa Luxemburg's critique of their rarefied abstractions, Preobrazhensky formally adapted them to deal with those situations where more than one mode of production prevailed within a single social formation, which he took to be the typical case. 78. So far as the Soviet Union was concerned, interdepartmental exchange was joined to different economic systems, each with its own departments. Treating primitive socialist accumulation empirically required proper attention to be given to both principles of division, as well as to those connected with unproductive consumption and the importance of private capital in circulation activities. Developing his conclusions methodically, Preobrazhensky deduced that primitive socialist accumulation was an insoluble problem in conditions of Russian isolation. Definitive resolution required an extension of the revolution internationally. Socialism in one country was impossible. 79. 7 Contrasts between Bukharin and Preobrazhensky. Between 1924 and 1928, Bukharin and Preobrazhensky vigorously debated their differences on the transition to socialism. This occurred as part of a wider conflict between the left opposition and the ruling factions of the Bolshevik Party. The general theoretical positions adhered to by each grouping will be considered in sections 8 and 9 below. Here we focus upon the conflict between Bukharin and Preobrazhensky in matters of economic theory. This difference hinged on alternative assessments of how industry could develop. For Bukharin, industrial expansion depended upon the growth of peasant demand, and especially on the market for consumer goods. 302. Bukharin opposed the ideas of both Rosa Luxemburg and Tagan-Baranovsky, dismissing Luxemburg's chronic underconsumptionism as nonsense and Tagan-Baranovsky's belief that industry could advance independently of consumption demand as equally erroneous. 80. The critique of Luxemburg was far stronger than the case against Tagan-Baranovsky. Indeed, Bukharin seriously misrepresented Tagan-Baranovsky's argument as to the possibility of a contracting department too. As the basis of an assault upon Preobrazhensky, Bukharin's attack upon Tagan-Baranovsky's economics was in any event of dubious relevance. The economy of the Soviet Union was not one of competitive capitalism, and primitive socialist accumulation envisaged only the faster relative growth of the state sector, not an absolute decline in consumption, nor even in the consumption of the peasants. As for the living standards of the working class, Preobrazhensky was adamant that they would have to rise as an integral part of the process by which the proletariat was revitalized. 81. Tagan-Baranovsky had also emphasized that proportionality was crucial for equilibrium growth. Preobrazhensky concurred, referring to iron laws of proportionality limiting state accumulation. Why indeed, the problem of ensuring that disproportionalities were contained within manageable bounds haunted Preobrazhensky. He correctly realized that the major difficulty lay in a goods famine. The revolution had fundamentally altered the relation between the demand for domestically produced industrial goods and their supply, compared with the situation prevailing before the war. In aggregate, demand had increased and supply had fallen. 83. Under the NEP, therefore, there was a problem of excess demand for the output of the state sector, not a potential deficiency in purchasing power as Bukharin imagined. Preobrazhensky's insight was reinforced by another when he recognized, in 1925, that growth in the future would require large fixed investments. So far the recovery of industry had been based upon restoring full utilization of existing capacity, which would have to be increased very soon if development were to be sustained. 84. In the short run, then, according to Preobrazhensky, the problems associated with the goods famine must intensify, but in the long run underinvestment would make them insurmountable, forcing a break in the smikha. 85 Bukharin failed to anticipate this problem and his economic analysis was ill-designed to cope with it, for it required that the growth of peasant demand be curtailed. 86 Bukharin's whole emphasis, however, lay in the contrary direction. There was for him a necessary and specific order to economic development. Increases in agricultural output enhanced peasant purchasing power, which carried light industry forward. This in turn expanded the demand for the products of heavy industry. Bukharin maintained that he was not simply generalizing past empirical connections, but identifying a necessary, universal economic principle. 87 Bukharin tended to dismiss any other growth scenario as applied to Ghanism. 88. 303. Preobrahenskoy's recognition of the need for capacity-extending investments as recovery was completed reversed Bukharin's analysis. The expansion of heavy industry would have to be faster than that of light industry. Only then could there be a significant long-term expansion in the output of manufactured consumer goods, which were required to eliminate the goods famine. Nevertheless, Preobrahenskoy did not regard this plea for unbalanced growth as anything more than a matter of technical economics. Heavy industry attained a privileged position in Soviet economics as a matter of principle only in the L930s. 89. Given these differences, it is understandable why Preobrahenskoy stressed the immediate necessity for systematic planning. 90. It was indispensable to the transition, not just to the socialist future, because it allowed disproportions to be anticipated and corrected before they could lead to crises. Since Bukharin had a completely different perspective on the true nature of the Soviet economy's problems, he was much more inclined to favor the autonomy of the market. This in fact was the economic root of his opposition to non-equivalent exchange between industry and agriculture. Bukharin seems to have completely misunderstood Preobrahenskoy's theoretical argument on the need to limit the sway of the law of value. 91. He also failed to appreciate that Preobrahenskoy's proposal to increase industrial wholesale prices did not imply the onset of a new scissors crisis in which the terms of trade would turn against the peasant and reduce the incentive to market grain. 92. For Preobrahenskoy the whole issue was largely a pragmatic matter. 93. Maintaining low industrial wholesale prices for industrial goods meant that private capital in the sphere of circulation accumulated at the expense of both industry and agriculture. While the goods famine persisted, the beneficiaries were the nepmen, who purchased goods cheaply from industry and sold them at much higher prices to the peasants. Preobrahenskoy was quite explicit on the need ultimately to reduce all industrial prices so as to stave off pressure from the world market. 94. Controversy over all these specific points was heightened by the emotive language each theorist sometimes employed. In 1924 Preobrahenskoy had referred to the need for exploitation of the peasantry, whose position in the structure of the Soviet economy was analogous to that of the colonies in the primitive accumulation of capital. 95. On the other hand, Bukharin spoke of proceeding at a snail's pace on a peasant nag who was enjoined to enrich yourself. 96. Each pounced on the other's terminological infelicities. The reason was not simply the loss of comradely goodwill. Both the Bukharinite and Stalinist ruling factions in the party, and the left opposition, believed that the expressions which they attacked revealed the hidden content of their opponent's doctrine. And there was some validity in these suspicions. Stalin and Bukharin had good reasons for claiming that the deeper issue concerned the unorthodox theory of permanent revolution, which conflicted with their interpretation of Leninism. The opposition was 304. Equally correct to see in official ideas and policies the seeds of a major economic crisis which might possibly lead to a capitalist restoration. 8. Socialism in one country or permanent revolution. As an economist, Preobrahenskoy was far superior to Bukharin, but he was also a more specialized thinker and relied upon Trotsky's ideas to provide the overall perspective for primitive socialist accumulation. This was a sensible division of labor. As we saw in Chapter 12, Trotsky's capacity for rigorous economic analysis was very limited. As an innovative Marxist, however, he had few equals. He was also better placed than any other Bolshevik theorist, including Lenin, to lend intellectual coherence to the post-revolutionary situation in Russia. The theory of permanent revolution had correctly located the class dynamics of the October Revolution. At the same time, it minimized expectations as to the possible socialist gains which the Bolshevik seizure of power might achieve. The theory also relied upon a more general notion of uneven and combined development, which highlighted the contradictions of the Soviet Union's position in the 1920s. Nevertheless, Trotsky's original ideas had gone astray at a crucial point. Bukharin and Stalin were quick to locate the errors. Most obviously, Bolshevik power had survived in conditions of revolutionary isolation. In 1924, Stalin explained this in terms of Lenin's conception of the uneven development which underlay imperialist rivalries. Divisions within Western capitalism had precluded a unified and sustained military attack upon the Soviet Union. Although Trotsky accepted that this was true, he did not admit that his mistake stemmed from his own vision of imperialism, which devalued the significance of unevenness between advanced national capitalisms. In consequence, Stalin claimed, Trotsky had never really understood the nature of modern capitalism. For Stalin, continued divisions between the capitalist powers could be exploited by Russian diplomacy and the Comintern to neutralize military threats in the future, while socialism was being built in the Soviet Union. Extending the revolution, while important, was not essential for survival. 97. Coupled to this was the charge that Trotsky had underestimated the significance of the peasantry. Frequently stated in language that is obviously absurd, the indictment could be given a serious basis in Bukharin's theory of the smykha, in terms of which both Bukharin and Stalin claimed that internal conflict would not inevitably wreck the revolution, even if it continued to remain isolated. Revolutionary internationalism was not to be neglected, but its importance was grossly exaggerated by Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution. 98. 305. Bukharin and Stalin also pointed to the existence of similar themes in Lenin's own writings, and noted that his conception of the Russian revolutionary process differed from Trotsky's. This theme was embellished by Bukharin, who now saw 1917 as a joint revolution of the proletariat and peasantry and not, as Trotsky continued to view it, a fusion of two revolutions. 99. Furthermore, Bukharin argued, under the leadership of the proletariat the relation between classes was essentially harmonious. The dictatorship of the proletariat, as a new form of state, had changed class relations in general, and Soviet society represented a genuine new unity. 100. Bukharin even accepted that populist ideas had some validity here. 101. The implication was clear. Trotsky had misspecified the nature of the Russian Revolution, and the left opposition's view of the peasantry as a force for the restoration of capitalism was anachronistic. Simultaneously, Bukharin now regarded the possibility of socialism in one country as inherent in the Bolshevik endeavor from the outset. Bukharin reinforced this with a re-evaluation of the economic implications of international revolution, which had previously been treated in a cavalier fashion by all Bolsheviks, including Trotsky. As already noted in Section 4, Bukharin emphasized the predominance of petty bourgeois relations in the world economy, and maintained that the inevitable economic costs of revolution dramatically reduced the material inheritance of any socialist revolution. Joined to his new perspective on the culturally deprived nature of the proletariat, Bukharin concluded that international revolution was unlikely to provide much economic aid to the Soviet Union. 102. There was in all this a highly significant revision of Marxism, particularly when combined with Bolshevik vanguardism, and especially since much of it was accepted by both Trotsky and Preobrazhensky. 103. Nor did Bukharin and Stalin neglect to reconstitute their views on the probability of international revolution, and the most likely form that it would take. European capitalisms remained organized entities which had stabilized in the post-war years. 104. This view implied that revolution was not imminent in the West, and that armed intervention against the Soviet Union did not pose a threat in the foreseeable future. At the same time, Bukharin maintained, capitalist development in the periphery had halted, imperialist exploitation now had a purely parasitic character. 105 This created a basis for anti-imperialist revolts in colonial territories, but not for proletarian revolution. On the basis of Lenin's writings on national self-determination, even the colonial bourgeoisie might have a progressive role. Therefore, Bukharin concluded, the Comintern could not realistically support Trotsky's attempt to generalize the theory of permanent revolution to all backward capitalisms. 106. All these ideas, adhered to by the Bukharinite faction, were seen by Trotsky as involving departures from genuine Leninism, as 306. Symptomatic of a degeneration in the revolution, and as providing an ideological cloak for a Thermidorian reaction which would pave the way for a capitalist restoration. After 1926, Trotsky regarded the nucleus of his opponent's ideas as the doctrine of socialism in one country. There was some justification for this. By the mid-1920s both Bukharin and Stalin had become remarkably complacent with regard to the internal contradictions inherent in the structure of the Soviet economy, and excessively optimistic as to the prospects of advance. Moreover, Stalin's doctrine should not be taken too literally, neither he nor Bukharin defined socialism at all precisely, and even then they never claimed that complete socialism could be achieved by Russia alone. 107. Instead, the doctrine of socialism in one country functioned as a polemical device to defeat the left opposition as a party faction, and as an emblem of rejection of Trotsky's proposals for the transition to socialism. These proposals necessarily involved a modification of his pre-war position, because events had clearly failed to substantiate his earlier ideas completely. Trotsky began by re-evaluating the condition of international capitalism. While it had proved more resilient than he had expected in 1917, it was nevertheless in a process of decay. Matters were only a little more complex than he had originally thought. The curve of capitalist development had a dual structure, there was both a secular trend and cyclical oscillations. The latter behaved much as before, but the former had definitely flattened out or begun to decline. Any stabilization of capitalism would be very temporary, Trotsky argued. Bourgeois society had ceased to be a progressive force in Europe and revolutionary situations could be expected to reappear frequently. 108. Capitalism was clearly ascendant only at the periphery, and possibly also in the USA. I09 Trotsky argued that this provided opportunities to end the political isolation of the Soviet Union. Furthermore, it meant that possibilities for socialist revolution were opened up in the East. The proletariat of backward capitalist systems in the colonies and semi-colonies could duplicate the achievements of the Russian working class, for economic structures conducive to permanent revolution had now extended beyond Russia. If only the lessons of October informed Comintern policy, and the Menshevism of Bukharin and Stalin was repudiated, success was virtually inevitable. 110. Trotsky's conception of capitalist decline in Europe also provided him with an apparent resolution of the difficulties inherent in primitive socialist accumulation. He argued that political isolation did not imply economic isolation. Capitalism's need for markets could be used to reintegrate the Russian economy into the world market. This would have to be done on a planned basis. There was no question of abandoning the foreign trade monopoly and could provide both temporary and sustained benefits. Imports of consumer goods might be used to overcome the goods famine. 307. And specialization according to comparative advantage would markedly increase the efficiency of state industry. 111. This idea of integration into the world market also formed Trotsky's principal economic argument against the possibility of socialism in one country, since he correctly understood this doctrine to imply autarkic economic development on the basis of the Soviet Union's own resources. Like Preobrazhensky, he emphasized the inability of Soviet industry to compete internationally on the basis of the law of value, and that it was essential to close the efficiency gap. If this were not done, and done quickly, the Soviet economy would find it increasingly difficult to resist both internal and external capitalist pressure to open the economy on an unregulated basis. The state sector would then be doomed, and so too would Russian socialism. Rather more abstractly, Trotsky described as the fundamental law of history the view that victory ultimately falls to that system which provides human society with the higher economic plane. 112 Without an expansion of socialist revolution to other countries, which would facilitate a much fuller development of the productive forces than reliance upon domestic circumstances allowed, no country, let alone the backward Soviet Union, could hope to surpass the economic achievements of international capitalism. Thus Trotsky was able to assert the essential element in his original argument: if capitalist stabilization were to prove durable, the revolution in Russia was doomed to extinction. 113. According to Trotsky, the key to resolving the contradictions in the position of the Soviet Union was political reform. There was no question of relinquishing the Bolsheviks' monopoly of power, or even of legalizing factions in the party. But it was essential, Trotsky argued, to rejuvenate the proletarian character of the party by accepting the legitimacy of criticism and subordinating the apparatus to rank and file control. This was the key element in strengthening the proletariat, but similar measures could usefully be extended to the state system generally. In a word, for Trotsky, bureaucratism must be countered. He seems to have taken it as obvious that, once this was achieved, his own ideas would triumph, since they were genuinely Leninist and therefore represented the real interest of the proletariat. In consequence, the law of primitive socialist accumulation would become dominant in economic policy, and the resources of the Comintern would be properly marshaled to end political isolation. 114. As he made very clear himself, Trotsky's whole position rested upon his vision of international capitalism as a decaying system. However, the absence of any analysis locating the exact cause behind the economic malfunctioning of Western capitalism persisted in Trotsky's post-revolutionary writings. His treatment of this issue was extensive but lacked rigor. Furthermore, although his belief that capitalism had failed to attain long 308 term stabilization dovetailed with both his economic integrationism and his political intransigence, it did so in different ways which were hardly compatible with one another. According to Trotsky, the Soviet economy was to be peacefully integrated into a capitalist world market, while at the same time communist parties were to be primed to strike as revolutionary openings showed themselves. 115. By the end of 1927, Trotsky believed that there was not much time left to save the revolution, the danger of thermidor is at hand. 116. This reflected his view that contradictions within the Soviet Union were intensifying. Indeed they were. At this time, as Stalin was expelling members of the left opposition from the party and sending them into internal exile, the goods famine manifested itself in the form of a major grain procurement crisis. During 1928 it broke the coalition between Bukharinites and Stalinists and increasingly brought Stalin to use the language of his defeated opponents. 117. 9. The Stalinist solution. The personal misfortune of Stalin consists in the colossal disproportion between theoretical resources and the power of the state apparatus concentrated in his hands. 118. So wrote Trotsky in September 1927, and it is an apt characterization of Stalin's position. His contribution to the development of Marxist doctrine had indeed been minimal. Yet by 1928 the faction he headed was in effective command of the party, and the party's hold on the state was virtually complete. Moreover, the officials who constituted the core of Stalin's followers were increasingly under his personal domination. It was this power, rather than theoretical profundity, which provided him with the capability to break through the impasse at the end of the decade. Beginning in the early part of 1928, grain requisitions reminiscent of war communism were employed to overcome inadequate marketings by the peasantry. Between 1929 and 1933 they were extended to implement a forced collectivization. This relieved the rural constraint placed upon rapid industrialization by destroying every vestige of peasant independence. Any possibility of resistance from the Soviet proletariat had long since ceased to be possible. Within a very short period of time the party dictatorship became a personalized totalitarianism. The whole of society was dragooned into the production front, and the output of pig iron was officially viewed as an accurate proxy for the progress towards socialism. Both the left opposition and the Bukhari Knights saw Stalin's solution as validating their own criticisms of each other. According to Bukharin, the grain crisis had occurred because the left's policy of super-industrialisa 309. Biography of J.V. Stalin. J.V. Stalin was born at Gori in Georgia during 1879. His father, an ex-serf, became the village shoemaker. Stalin received most of his formal education while training as a priest in a seminary. He joined the Georgian Social Democrats in 1901, sided with Lenin in 1904 after the party split, and prior to 1917 worked mainly as a party activist in the underground. He was arrested many times and sent into internal exile. Co-opted by Lenin onto the Bolshevik Central Committee in 1912 because of his organizational capabilities, he held the post of Commissar of Nationalities after the October Revolution. In 1922 he became General Secretary of the party, and with responsibility for all appointments used this post as the basis for his rise to power. Under his leadership the collectivization of the peasantry and rapid industrialization programs were implemented after 1929. During the 1930s his great purges effectively destroyed the personnel of the old Bolshevik party and instituted totalitarian rule. In the Second World War he took command of military affairs and after victory used the Red Army to transform Eastern Europe into an image of the Soviet Union. He died in March 1953. Shin had become increasingly influential with Stalin's faction, and with economists in planning agencies, after 1926. Bukharin had long maintained that the left's platform would entail a second revolution and a fully bureaucratized police state. 119. On the other hand, many oppositionists, including Preobrazhensky, made an uneasy peace with Stalin after his left turn. For them, their predictions as to the consequences of past policies based on Bukharin's theoretical ideas had been verified. 120. The awesome implications of Stalinist industrialization are discussed in the second volume of this book. 16. Henrik Grossman and the Breakdown of Capitalism. In Chapter 14 we saw how the renewed dynamism and apparent stabilization of the world capitalist economy influenced Marxian analysis in the 1920s. Orthodox social democrats like Koski and Hilferding stole the clothes of the earlier revisionists to argue that, in the epoch of organized capitalism, major economic crises had become improbable. Against them were ranged a handful of neo-Luxemburgists who continued to assert the inevitability of a realization crisis, and the Trotskyists, stridently insisted upon the impending necessity of further imperialist wars. One common strand unites these otherwise disparate schools of thought. This is their almost total neglect of Volume 3 of Marx's Capital, and in particular of the tendency identified there for the rate of profit to decline. An important element in modern Marxian discussions of crises was thus almost entirely lacking. 1. This chapter is concerned with the first serious attempt by a Marxist to develop the Volume 3 analysis and apply it to crisis theory. Deeply flawed, it nevertheless proved to be extremely influential. In 1929, on the eve of the Wall Street crash, there appeared a 622-page book by Henrik Grossman, a Polish academic hitherto known only as an economic historian and statistician. In The Law of Accumulation and Breakdown of the Capitalist System, Grossman advanced a breakdown theory which, he claimed, was for the first time consistent with the spirit of Marx's analysis in Volume 3. According to Grossman, Marx's conception of history hinged on the theory of the dialectical transformation of modes of production. This, he believed, implied that capitalism has insurpassable, absolute economic limits to accumulation. For Grossman, any Marxian political economy worthy of 316. 317. The name must demonstrate the nature of these limits. Nothing of the sort could be expected from neoclassical theory, which restricts itself to banalities concerning individual motivation while overlooking the objective conditions which generate excess saving. But Marx himself also failed to provide a clear account of the tendency to capitalist economic breakdown. Grossman believed, and most subsequent Marxist writers explicitly denied the very existence of such a tendency. Only Rosa Luxemburg could be exempted from this criticism, and her theory was wrong. 2. Biography of Henryk Grossman. Born in 1881 in Krakow, the son of a Jewish mine owner in Galicia, Grossman studied law, and then economics, in Krakow and Vienna, publishing works on Austrian economic history. He became a Polish subject in 1918, and worked in Warsaw for the Central Statistical Office and the Free Polish University. Grossman developed strong interests in economic theory and the history of economic ideas, which led him to join the Institute for Social Research in Frankfurt, where he moved in 1925. Although a member of the Communist Party in Poland, Grossman never joined the German Party, which he regarded as incompetent and over-bureaucratic. After Hitler's seizure of power he went into exile, first in Paris and then in London, before moving with the Institute to New York in 1937. Grossman was increasingly alienated from the Institute's leading members because of his support for the Soviet Union and his emphasis on economics, narrowly defined, at the expense of political and cultural issues. He returned to Europe in 1949 as professor of political economy at the University of Leipzig, where he died in 1950. Grossman is very clear about his method of analysis, which he claims to be Marx's own. The tendency to economic breakdown must be deduced from the inner nature of capitalist production, not from the superficial appearances of commodity circulation or exchange. Hence his book aims to show how the sum of the empirically observable tendencies of the world economy, which are seen as the characteristic hallmarks of the latest phase of capitalist development, are secondary surface appearances, which arise from the essence of capital accumulation as the primary root. 3. This will enable a distinction to be made between the symptoms of economic crises, such as price fluctuations, and their underlying causes, which are to be located in the production process. On methodological grounds, Grossman therefore assumes equilibrium between supply and demand to prevail in all markets, with constant prices and an unchanging value of money. He also deliberately avoids any consideration of credit or competition in this context. Economic crises must be explained in terms of the inner nature of capital itself. For the book begins with a lengthy summary of the literature, which occupies the entire first chapter and the first 6 sections of the second. In the remainder of the second chapter, Grossman presents his own theory of economic breakdown, which builds on the Marxian analysis of the falling rate of profit and is used to derive a model of cyclical crises. The third chapter assesses the counteracting tendencies which operate, first in a hypothetical closed economy and then on the world market. The latter form the basis for Grossman's theory of imperialism. In the concluding chapter, Grossman sets out the implications of his analysis for the class struggle and the prospects for revolutionary change. 2. Grossman's models of breakdown and crisis. It will be recalled from chapter 6 that in 1913 Otto Bauer had published, in a review of Luxemburg's accumulation of capital, a 4-period numerical example of accumulation with the rising organic composition of capital. Grossman extends Bauer's model to 36 periods and demonstrates that the process of accumulation which it represents cannot be indefinitely sustained. The system is eventually incapable of producing sufficient surplus value to permit both the required rate of accumulation and capitalist consumption. When the latter falls to zero, breakdown occurs. Long before that point, severe economic crises are probable. Grossman's model is summarized in Table 16.1. 5. As with Bauer, constant capital is assumed to grow at 10% and variable capital at 5% per period. The rate of exploitation remains constant at 100% so that in every year surplus value is equal to the variable capital employed. Grossman assumes the value of labor power to equal unity, hence each unit of variable capital represents one worker. The labor force is assumed to grow by 5% in each period. Sufficient surplus value must be accumulated as additional constant capital to maintain the 319% growth rate, and enough must be set aside as additional variable capital to permit the latter to grow by 5%. Capitalists' consumption is a residual, they can spend whatever is left over once accumulation has been taken care of. As Bauer had already discovered, equilibrium growth demands that the proportion of surplus value which is accumulated rises continuously, while the proportion consumed steadily declines. By year 35 it has almost reached zero and, if production were to continue into the next period, it would become negative. In fact, Grossman argues, this is impossible and the system must break down. The capitalists have the trouble and worry of running the system of production whose fruits go exclusively to the working class. Even if they could live on air, the capitalist class would have no incentive for continued accumulation. 6. The implications of economic breakdown become clearer if, following Grossman, we can consider the position at the end of year 35. On the assumption that the additional constant capital is the first charge on surplus value, in year 36 C equals 5,616 200. As capitalists' consumption cannot meaningfully be negative, it is set equal to 0. All the remaining surplus value produced in year 35 is used to accumulate additional variable capital, which rises from 525,319 to 540,075, this is an increase of 2.81%. Since the labor force has increased by 5% to 551,584, there are now 509 unemployed workers. There is also a surplus of constant capital. The ratio of constant to variable capital required in year 36 is 7 equals 10.187. But only 540,075 units of variable capital are available. Given an organic composition of I0.18, the quantity of constant capital which can be employed is equals 5,499,015. Leaving 185 units of excess capacity. These conditions correspond to those summarized in one of the section headings of Capital, Volume 3, Surplus Capital with Surplus Population. They signify an overaccumulation of capital 8 which has come about with the rate of profit, although declining, still equal to 8.7%. This numerical example is, of course, only illustrative. More generally, the year in which breakdown occurs depends on the magnitude of the organic composition, the rates of growth of constant and variable capital, and the rate of exploitation. If the initial organic composition had been 8 instead of 2, for example, accumulation would have become impossible as early as year 5, were constant capital to grow at 20% rather than the assumed 10% breakdown would occur in year 8. A rate of exploitation greater than 100% would postpone breakdown beyond year 35. Reductions in the growth rate of variable capital may work in either direction, depending upon their impact on the production of surplus value. If variable capital grows less rapidly due to a reduction in real wages, accumulation will benefit. If however the deceleration results from a lower rate of population growth, breakdown will be brought nearer. Capitalists may react to overaccumulation, Grossman suggests, by cutting wages or by exporting capital. If neither course of action increases surplus value sufficiently to avert the threat of breakdown, they will reduce the rate of accumulation. They may do this as early as the 21st year, which is the point at which their consumption begins its absolute decline. In any event, unemployment will ensue, independently of the direct labor displacing effects of technical progress. 9. Grossman expects there to be a series of crises, each one more severe than the last, rather than the outright collapse of the system. A final crisis will occur only if the counteracting tendencies cease to operate. 10. Crises function as a healing process, restoring the conditions for continued accumulation. 11. The periodicity of the trade cycle, which neither bourgeois nor Marxian economists have been able to explain, can be derived in a purely deductive way, as a necessary consequence of the fundamental elements of the reproduction mechanism already established. It thus depends on the size of the organic composition, the rate of exploitation, and the growth rates of constant and variable capital. 12. Grossman does not show explicitly how cyclical fluctuations can be deduced from his original numerical example. He does, however, present a crisis model from a slightly different perspective, involving the relaxation of the initial condition of balance between rate of accumulation and the rate of growth of the labor force. The capitalists are now assumed to add to their constant capital by 5% rather than 10% each year, and to reduce their accumulation of variable capital accordingly. Their residual savings are set aside to finance future accumulation. There are repercussions on both the labor and money markets. Unemployment will arise because of the reduced rate of accumulation. This will force down real wages and increase the rate of exploitation, thereby inducing a renewed rise in the rate of accumulation. Moreover, since the capitalists lend out their excess savings as loan capital, the rate of interest on loans will fall, which again acts as a stimulus to accumulation. Meanwhile, the rate of profit continues to decline. Taken together with the increasing rate of accumulation, this reduces the value of the capitalist's net financial assets. When they reach zero, there is a crisis of overaccumulation. The overall effect is to 323. Increase the amplitude of the cycle, so that both output and unemployment fluctuate ever more sharply. 13. The process is summarized in Table 16.2 and 16.3, where the initial value of the organic composition is set at 8. Table 16.2 ignores the effect of wage and interest changes on the rate of accumulation, which are taken into account in Table 16.3. 14. In Table 16.2, constant capital increases at a steady rate of 5% per annum, rising between the first and second years from 200,000 to 210,000. Variable capital increases much more slowly, from 25,000 to only 25,056. This preserves the organic composition at the level it would have reached if constant capital had actually risen by 10% and variable capital by 5%. equals 8.38. The figures for the subsequent years are similarly derived. In some cases they imply a negative accumulation of variable capital. The capitalists are assumed to consume 1/10 of their surplus value in each year. Since the rate of exploitation is held constant at 100%, a surplus value of 25,000 is produced in the first year, of which 2,500 is consumed and 10,056 accumulated. The remaining 12,444 units of surplus value are set aside as potential loan capital. It can be seen from Table 16.2 that there is a steady decline in the quantity of new loan capital which the capitalists are able to set aside each year. Since the labor force has continued to grow up at 5% each year, while the accumulation of variable capital has been considerably slower, unemployment increases continuously. 0 in year 1, it is already 1,194 in year 2, since only 56 of the additional 1,250 workers have been employed. By the end of year 8, 24,880 workers are employed and 9,576 unemployed, so that the unemployment rate is equals 27.8%. 15. If the capitalists do in fact lend out their excess savings, the rate of interest will fall, and, since unemployment is rising, real wages will decline. Both factors will encourage faster accumulation. Table 16.3 shows the effect on the model if constant capital is accumulated at 5% in the first year, and then at 6, 8, 9, and 9% in the succeeding 4 years. The accumulation of variable capital is determined, as in Table 16.2, by the need to maintain the organic composition that would have prevailed had constant capital grown at 10% and variable capital at 5% throughout. The level of unemployment is calculated as before. The system now runs out of surplus value before the end of the 6th year. The capitalists, who have begun to call in their loans in the 4th year, eventually become net debtors, accumulation ceases, and the economy goes into a severe depression. This can be interpreted either as a terminal breakdown, 16, or as the prelude to a further upswing. Grossman concludes his discussion of crisis theory by returning to the methodological themes with which he began. His model of the cycle has been derived from the production process, from which events in the labor and money markets were deduced as effects of accumulation. Changes in prices, wages, and interest rates would be the result of overproduction, not its cause. Crises occur because of the insufficient production of surplus value, which is the basic law which controls Marx's entire conceptual framework. 17. This has been overlooked, he maintained, not only by the bourgeois economists, who focus their attention on price fluctuations and miscalculations by individual capitalists, 18, but also by Grossman's Marxian predecessors. Bauer, Koski, and Hilferding had fallen under the influence of Tagan-Baranovsky's disproportionality theory, which had led them to conclude that crises could be overcome within the capitalist mode of production through central regulation of economic activity. They were at best neo-harmonists, while the later Koski had repudiated Marxism altogether. 19. Among the revolutionaries, Rosa Luxemburg had mistakenly viewed circulation rather than production as the source of breakdown, and had traced the difficulty back to excessive instead of insufficient surplus value. Bukharin had simply listed a number of alleged economic contradictions before deducing a tendency to breakdown from war, which was an exogenous, non-economic factor. Even Lenin, towards whom Grossman is evidently much more sympathetic, and who comes in for much less scathing criticism, failed to explain his crucial concept of capitalist overripeness, and so shared the general Marxian weakness with respect to the overaccumulation of capital. 2 degree. 3. The politics of breakdown theory. There is much to criticize in all this. First, however, something must be said about Grossman's discussion of counteracting tendencies and the politics of breakdown theory. He interprets the counteracting tendencies as factors which operate in the downswing of the cycle to increase the rate of profit, and thus permit an upturn in the level of activity instead of the final collapse of the system. They do so either by reducing the value of constant capital or by increasing the production of surplus value, both within and outside the capitalist mechanism. Grossman's analysis is based on that of 327. Marx in Volume 111,21, but with much greater detail and a much more emphatic conclusion. The contradictions within world capitalism are becoming sharper and sharper, and the breakdown tendency is increasingly approaching the absolute breakdown point. 22. Those counteracting tendencies which operate in the internal market fall into three categories. First are the forces which work against the increase in the organic composition of capital. These are technical progress in the producer goods industries of Department I, which cheapens the elements of constant capital by devaluing existing as well as additional means of production, and improvements in transport and communications, which cut the time for which constant capital is locked up in the circulation process and thereby reduce the durability of capital. 23. Second, the production of surplus value is increased, both by technical progress in the wage goods industries of Department 2, which cheapens the elements of variable capital, and by the intensification of labor and the depression of real wages below the value of labor power. 24. This is Grossman's first mention of a rising rate of exploitation. It comes halfway through the book, occupies barely a page, and impinges not at all on any of his numerical examples. Finally, there is a tendency for rent and commercial profit to fall as a proportion of total surplus value, with a corresponding rise in the share of industrial profit. This, however, is partially offset by the increasing costs of supporting the new middle class of unproductive workers. 25. Grossman devotes much more attention to counteracting tendencies on the world market and their implications for the theory of imperialism. He is severely critical of all previous theories of imperialism, which have failed to see that the significance of capitalist expansion lies in the increased production of surplus value which it facilitates. It has nothing to do with realization difficulties, which are the effect of a deeper malfunction rather than its cause, and result from the lack of profitable investment opportunities which Grossman has already analyzed. Rosa Luxemburg was the most prominent victim of this fallacy, in which she had been followed by Fritz Sternberg. 26. Rudolf Hilferding had mistaken one phase of capitalist history, in which industrial capital was for a while dominated by the banks, for the general historical tendency of the capitalist mode of production itself. Accumulation is increasingly self-financed, Grossman argues, and in the last resort it is much more industry which controls the banks than vice versa. Hilferding's theory of capital exports is also inadequate, since it cannot explain why the export of capital is a relatively recent phenomenon when there have always been international differences in profit rates. 27. Even Lenin had mistaken a particular means of offsetting the falling rate of profit for its underlying cause, and had failed clearly to identify overaccumulation as the basis of imperialism. 28. Grossman's own analysis points to three distinct ways in which access 328 to the world market might increase the rate of profit. The first involves unequal exchange in international trade. There is, Grossman observes, an international dimension to the transformation of labor values into prices of production. This was touched on by Marx but then neglected by everyone except Otto Bauer, who had not connected it with the theory of accumulation. 29. Grossman uses a numerical example in which Europe has a higher organic composition and a higher rate of exploitation than Asia, but a lower rate of profit. Asia 16C plus 84V plus 2LS equals 121. Europe 84C plus 16V plus 16S equals 116. Here the organic composition in Europe is 4 and that in Asia 0.25, the rates of exploitation are 100% and 25%, and the profit rates are 15% and 21% respectively. If Europe exports capital to Asia, and the rate of profit is equalized on a global scale, both sets of commodities sell at 118.5 and the common rate of profit is 18.5%. The rate of profit in Europe has risen while that in Asia has declined, and there has been a transfer of value from Asia to Europe. The technically and economically more highly developed country appropriates excess surplus value at the expense of the backward country. 30. These profits are available whether Asia is capitalist or non-capitalist. They generate continuous intense competition on the world market and induce violent rivalry between the advanced capitalist powers, since one nation's gain is another's loss. Economic nationalism is thus a permanent feature of advanced capitalism, and not merely a passing phase. 31. A second way in which imperialism helps to increase the rate of profit is through the struggle for monopoly control over raw materials. In this struggle capitalists use the state as their agent in neo-mercantilist fashion. This again is a zero-sum game, in which each nation attempts to weaken its own breakdown tendencies at the expense of others, which are forced to pay tribute to it. Attempts at international regulation of commodity markets are therefore utopian. 32. Finally, there is the question of capital exports. As already indicated, Grossman takes issue with all earlier Marxian theories of the export of capital. Previous writers had relied on differences in the rate of profit between advanced and backward countries. They thus ignored both the tendency for the international equalization of the rate of profit, and the possibility that the organic composition of capital might actually be higher in the colonies because of the use of the latest technology there. B. For Grossman, overaccumulation is again the deciding factor, not the higher profit abroad, but the lack of investment opportunities at home is the ultimate basis of capital exports. 34. Imperialism leads not only to the intensification of crises as they become 329 global in scope, but also to war. The battle for investment outlets signifies the greatest source of danger for world peace. 35. Thus Grossman regards the notion of increasing harmony in international relations as absurd. Nor can the contradictions between capitalists be overcome within an individual state. The general cartel suggested by Rudolf Hilferding is a chimera, Grossman maintains, since Hilferding has misunderstood the Marxian theory of value. Eliminating competition and commodity exchange would mean doing away with capitalism itself. Hence Hilferding's general cartel would not be an association of capitalists at all. 36. Any genuinely capitalist economy, on the other hand, would be essentially crisis-ridden. A regulated capitalist economy is thus conceptually impossible. 37. Growing social tension is unavoidable, Grossman concludes, because of the mounting pressure on wage levels. In the later 19th century, real wages could rise in line with rising productivity and the growing intensity of labor. This is no longer possible, since overaccumulation requires capitalists to force wages down. Bernstein and the revisionists had argued that absolute immiseration was historically specific, and confined to the early phase of capitalist industrialization. For Grossman, this is the reverse of the truth. Immiseration occurs rather in the later stages, when overaccumulation sets the objective limit to trade union activity. 38. This will intensify the class struggle. According to Grossman, breakdown theory is inconsistent with the fatalism often imputed to it. Economic breakdown, although objectively necessary and in connection with its onset exactly calculable, is not in itself an automatic process, to be passively awaited. If not resisted, immiseration will prolong the lifespan of the capitalist system, while union resistance will accelerate breakdown. As the British general strike of 1926 had shown, industrial conflict was now political to its core. Strikes and lockouts were now being fought about the very existence of capitalism. Grossman's conclusion echoed the Koski of the Erfurt program and the class struggle. The final goal of socialism, he proclaimed, was not an ideal brought into the working class from outside, but the inevitable result of the everyday class struggle. 39. For Grossman's critics. The analytical weaknesses of Grossman's work were mercilessly exposed in the reviews of his book, only 2 of which were at all favorable. 40. Critic after critic objected that Otto Bauer's initial assumptions were too rigid realistically to model an actual capitalist economy. Why, first, should constant capital grow continuously at 10% and variable capital at 5% per period, irrespective of the effects on the viability of the system? 1. The organic composition of capital is not given by technology, but depends upon the profitability of investment. 330. Decisions. Faced with the consequences of continuing as Grossman would have them do, capitalists would adapt their behavior to avoid ruination, slowing the overall pace of accumulation and reducing the rate of increase of the organic composition. 42. Grossman's use of Bauer's example was thus, in Helene Bauer's works, a mere play with numbers. 43. A second problem concerns the rate of exploitation, which Grossman holds constant, allowing it to rise only at the expense of a cut in real wages. But the very technical progress which in Grossman's model raises the organic composition of capital, simultaneously increases the productivity of labor in the industries which produce wage goods or supply inputs to those industries. If real wages remain constant or fall, the rate of exploitation must increase, otherwise real wages will rise steadily, at a rate equal to the growth rate of labor productivity. Grossman has thus ignored the Marxian concept of relative surplus value. If the rate of exploitation is allowed to rise, several of his critics concluded, it may still be the case that the production of surplus value increases too slowly to avoid breakdown, but there is nothing in Grossman's analysis to demonstrate that this must be so. 44. Associated with these problems is an important methodological criticism. Grossman treats the effects of technical change in cheapening the elements of both constant and variable capital as subsidiary factors which merely supply a correction to the underlying forces leading to economic breakdown. But these effects are an inherent part of the process of capital accumulation. They should have been integrated into Grossman's formal model, not simply tacked on at the end. 45. It was further objected that Grossman ought to have developed his arguments in general algebraic terms instead on relying upon numerical examples. The little algebra he does use is not especially helpful. 46. He should also have explained why individual capitalists cease to invest at a point where the rate of profit is still healthily positive. The senselessness from the standpoint of capitalism as a whole is no basis for its breakdown. 47. Moreover, Grossman's model is an aggregate one, which glosses over the distinction between the different departments of the economy, and is in this way less sophisticated than Otto Bauer's. 48. He also assumes all commodities to sell at their labor values, ignoring the transformation of values into prices of production, yet it is by no means self-evident that this would leave his analysis unimpaired. 49. Grossman was soon to savage other Marxists for ignoring the divergence between values and prices, without once acknowledging that the criticism applied equally to his own work. 50. Grossman was further accused of having misinterpreted Marx, wrongly imputing to him a theory of breakdown rather than of recurrent crises, and thereby devaluing the revolutionary role of the proletariat. 51. He paid no attention to the underconsumptionist and disproportionality strands in 331. Marx's theory of crisis, and misunderstood the Marxian notion of absolute overproduction of capital, which occurs when the reserve army of the unemployed has fallen to zero, so that further accumulation adds nothing to the production of surplus value. Grossman's was a theory of relative overaccumulation, in which the mass of surplus value continued to rise, and had little in common with that of Marx. 5. Finally, the critics turned on the empirical validity of Grossman's analysis. His theory could not explain the occurrence of crises in the early 19th century, long before overaccumulation could have begun to be a serious problem. It was hard to reconcile with simultaneous fluctuations in countries with quite different degrees of overaccumulation. Grossman also had no explanation of the fact that crises invariably broke out in particular sectors, and not across the economy as a whole. 53. An assessment. There was a great deal of substance in all these criticisms. Grossman has no clear theory of accumulation, that is, there is nothing in his book to explain why capitalists add to their constant and variable capital at the prescribed rates. Grossman also underestimates the effects of technical change in cheapening the elements of both constant and variable capital, which tends both to lower the organic composition and to raise the rate of exploitation. Thus the rate of profit may increase, in fact, it must increase if technical progress is accompanied by constant or falling real wages. 54. These two defects undermine the entire basis of the supposed breakdown theory. If capitalists need less surplus value than Grossman supposes, and if they are able to produce more surplus value than he allows, there is no obvious reason why they should not be able both to accumulate and to consume. Finally, the crisis model set out in tables 16.2 and 16.3 contains a contradiction. Grossman assumes that there is no difficulty in realizing all the surplus value that is produced. But that part of surplus value which is set aside as loan capital is not offset by any corresponding investment. Effective demand will therefore be insufficient to realize the total surplus value. Excess saving entails unsold commodities and reduced profits. In overlooking this problem, Grossman reveals himself to be a prisoner of Say's law, as much a victim of the classical harmony theory as the neoclassical economists whom he criticizes so sharply. 5. Hence Grossman failed completely to establish the necessity of capitalist breakdown. It is difficult to escape the conclusion, however, that much of the hostility to him was politically motivated. He occupied a decidedly exposed position as an independent Marxist, opposed alike to Stalinism, to 332. Reformist social democracy, and to the anti-parliamentarian of the left communists with whom he otherwise had much in common. Thus he had few allies. Orthodox Leninists warned of the dangers of passivity and fatalism, to which his analysis supposedly led. Left communists like Anton Pannekoek and Karl Korsch attacked him for similar reasons, while Friedrich Pollock, the leading economic theorist of the Frankfurt Institute, took issue with him for asserting the primacy of economics and the existence of inexorable laws of accumulation. Grossman's relations with the Institute cooled noticeably after the publication of his book. 5-6 His only wholehearted defender was Paul Maddock, a German council communist who had settled in the USA and belonged to a section of the syndicalist industrial workers of the world. But in the 1930s, at least, Maddock carried very little weight in international Marxism. 57 Thus Grossman's immediate influence was minimal, despite the almost instant onset of the worst crisis in capitalist history. Although he continued to write prolifically on the history of economic thought, his plans for a revised edition of his book, and for 2 further volumes on simple reproduction and on Marx's economic method, never came to fruition. 58 Projected English and French translations of the book also failed to materialize, and the Japanese edition had little influence upon the idiosyncratic Uno school of Marxism which was emerging at the time. 5. 9. Only after his death did ideas similar to Grossman's gain currency, initially in Germany and when Paul Maddock at last won an audience in the USA. Today the notion that the logic of capital hinders the production of surplus value in such a way as to prevent crisis-free accumulation is the fundamental tenet of one major stream of thought in Marxian political economy. The circumstances in which this came to be so are described in Volume 2. Appendix, an algebraic formulation of Grossman's breakdown model. Grossman's algebraic formulation is unclear and contains typographical errors. This is a revised and slightly simplified version, derived from the work of the Swiss economist, Martin Trautmann. 60 Write C as constant capital, V as variable capital, S as the mass of surplus value, E as the rate of exploitation, and N as the organic composition of capital. All these magnitudes except E vary over time, and therefore have time subscripts. The percentage growth rates of constant and variable capital are denoted by GC and G61, they are constant over time. We can now write C equals C0 and 333. Capitalist's consumption K is defined as the difference between total surplus value and that part of it which is accumulated as additional constant and variable capital. KL equals SCLGCVTGV equals VLG, C.G. Breakdown occurs when K falls to 0. Suppose this to occur in year T, so that using this can be seen to require that so that by 0 0, and rearranging terms, we have so that log EGJ no.g T equals dash log 1 plus g.ji plus g, which is Grossman's equation. 62 From it can be shown that OT and 0. That 1's breakdown would be deferred UUUEU by a decline in 0 or g dot, or by a rise in E, or GY. 334. Conclusion. In 1883 Marxian economics appeared to be a relatively simple matter. Its substance was contained in a handful of basic texts, in effect Volume I of Capital supplemented by the Communist Manifesto and Anti-Die-Ring. These writings were subject to interpretation only by Marx and Engels themselves, and their intellectual dominance over their followers was unquestioned. They had concentrated upon a range of issues which, though immensely important, was also rather narrow. Marxian political economy consisted of the theories of value and exploitation, capital and surplus value, accumulation and crisis, the emergence and imminent transcendence of capitalism, all viewed from the vantage point of contemporary Britain. By 1929 this somewhat deceptive simplicity had given way to a profound and obvious complexity. For one thing, the texts which defined Marxian economics had greatly expanded. The publication of the second and third volumes of Capital, followed by theories of surplus value, placed the bulk of Marx's mature writings at the disposal of his followers, providing a host of new insights and a number of new problems. Some of his earlier works were also now accessible, offering very different perspectives upon economic problems. and the relevant literature also now included the writings of many other authors, in addition to those of Marx and Engels. Before the turn of the century, Koski and Plekhanov had established a Marxist orthodoxy, which was later enriched or challenged according to one's viewpoint by the contributions of Hilferding, Luxemburg, Trotsky, Bukharin and Lenin. After 1917, Lenin's works enjoyed among communists a canonical status almost greater than those of the founding fathers of Marxism. The fact that Lenin's theories had been formed in relation to an area of backward capitalism was also important. After 1917, Marxism increasingly became a world movement, rather than one almost wholly concentrated in Europe. At the same time, since proletarian revolution succeeded at the periphery and not in the heartlands of advanced capitalism, there arose a reaction against economistic interpretations of Marxism within the movement itself. This indicates a second dimension of complexity, both as a body of ideas and as a political movement. Marxism had become polycentric. Already in the 1890s, the theory and practice of orthodox Marxism had been attacked by the German and Russian revisionists, for whom questions of political economy came at the heart of their critique. Then the split in Russian social democracy took place, followed by the post-1905 conflict between radicals and centrists in the German party, the disarray of the Second International in the First World War, and the final, decisive rupture provoked by the Bolshevik Revolution. Increasingly, economics was used as a crude political weapon, with the enemy often seen as another brand of Marxism instead of the bourgeoisie. Economic controversies became bitter, personalized, and polemical, even where the protagonists were defending neither a reformist nor a revolutionary party line. It is incorrect, however, to speak of a breakdown or dissolution of Marxist theory after 1917. As far as political economy was concerned, Marxism was still vibrant in 1929. This can be inferred from the third source of its growing complexity, the expanding range of issues in dispute. Within 12 years of Marx's death, the publication of volumes 2 and 3 of Capital had stimulated new controversies in the analysis of prices and profits and also in crisis theory, where the question of capitalist economic breakdown remained unsettled on the very eve of the Great Crash. In subsequent decades, structural changes in capitalism prompted theories of finance, capital, monopoly, state expenditure, militarism, and imperialism from both German and Russian Marxists, while the latter argued amongst themselves over the various types of capitalist industrialization of pre-capitalist societies. Then, after 1917, the Russian theorists were forced to confront the enormous difficulties of adapting Marxian economics to the circumstances of a backward socialism, and their erstwhile German and Austrian comrades grappled with the problems of state-regulated or organized capitalism in Western Europe and the USA. For all its many and substantial defects, Marxian economics could not by 1929 be described as degenerating. On the contrary, it was continuing to invade new territory, throw up new ideas, engage new adversaries, encounter new problems. Its diversity, fragmentation, and disharmony were sources of great strength. There was no longer a single stifling orthodoxy to which all who counted themselves Marxists must conform. In the West, all pretense at a monolithic socialist economic science had long since been abandoned. Even in the Soviet Union, where Stalin was already casting his long ominous shadow, an impressive degree of intellectual freedom still survived during the 1920s. Yet humanity stood on the edge of an abyss. The next decade would see the collapse of the capitalist world economy and the construction of a new economic order in the USSR, together with the suppression of all critical thinking in the vast areas controlled by Hitler and Stalin. This great world historical drama gave renewed urgency to fundamental questions posed by Marxian economics. How might the apparently inexorable growth of state economic power be explained, and what did it presage? How could fascism be comprehended? How might one characterize the Soviet mode of production, and with what implications for historical materialism? What were the prospects for advanced capitalism, and what hopes for socialism in the peripheral areas? The tasks facing Marxian economics in 1929 were arduous in the extreme. In Volume 2 we shall see how successfully they were to be accomplished.